very much. I now open the ordinary council meeting on the 27th of September at 7:07 p.m. Before I begin, I would like to just read a brief statement in relation to the passing of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, Australia's monarch and head of state. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II passed away on the 8th of September 2022 at her home in Balmoral, aged 96, marking the end of an era. For many Australians, Queen Elizabeth has been their only known monarch and was the first reigning monarch to visit our nation, having visited then Australia 16 times during her reign. This included 3 visits locally to the Royal Randwick Racecourse in 1954 for the inaugural Queen Elizabeth Stakes, and again in 1970 and 1992. It was in 1992 that the Queen granted permission for the venue to be known as Royal Randwick. Queen Elizabeth dedicated her life to the duty and service of her people and the Commonwealth, and we extend our sympathies to all members of the royal family for their loss. We remember Her Majesty the Queen for her lifetime of public duty to the Commonwealth, and we will now observe 1 minute's silence in remembrance and as a mark of respect for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. May she rest in peace. Thank you very much, councillors. I'd now like to acknowledge the recent passing of Uncle Kevin Kelly. Uncle Kevin Kelly was a much-loved elder of the La Perouse Aboriginal community who loved his saltwater fishing, footy and camping. He was a strong advocate of the Aboriginal people's rights, being part of the activism movements in the 1970s, and was an active member of the La Perouse Aboriginal Land Council. He will sadly be missed by his family, friends and the La Perouse mob. The funeral service was held on the 9th of September at St Andrew's Catholic Church, which I attended on behalf of Council. I believe that Councillor D'Souza was also in attendance. Council extends its deepest sympathies to Uncle Kevin's family, and we will now also observe another minute's silence in remembrance and a mark of respect to the late Uncle Kevin Kelly. Thank you, councillors. I'll now read the prayer and the acknowledgement. The prayer. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen. I'll now read the acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we're all meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal peoples who occupied the Sydney coast as being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and to Aboriginal people in attendance today, and I would like to acknowledge as well that sovereignty was never ceded. Councillors, you can now be seated. A call for apologies and leaves of absence. Okay, there being no apologies. I have received a request from Councillor Chappell to attend tonight's meeting via audio-visual link. Can I please have somebody move the motion as follows, that the request by Councillor Kim Chappell to attend the ordinary council meeting on the 27th of September by audio-visual link be approved, and that it be noted in the minutes that Councillor Chappell is unable to attend in person due to work commitments out of the area. Can I have a mover? Moved Councillor Nielsen. Seconded Councillor Olive. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Can I have somebody please confirm the minutes of the 23rd of August 2022? Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded by Councillor Luxford. Can I have somebody move in second? Actually, we'll do that one by one. All those in favour of approving the minutes from the 23rd of August 2022? All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. The extraordinary meeting of the 30th of August 2022. Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded Councillor Luxford. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. And the extraordinary meeting of the 6th of September 2022. Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded Councillor Luxford. All those in favour, all those against. As circulated, I declare that carried. As circulated earlier amongst councillors, it is my intention to call for a procedural motion that is as follows: that item GM 14/22 for the election of the Deputy Mayor be brought forward and considered as the next item of business prior to addresses by members of the public. Moved Councillor Said, seconded Councillor Burst. And I'll put it. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. Okay, GM 14/22. Tonight we'll be voting on whether or not we elect a Deputy Mayor for the period of September 2022 to September 2023. Councillor Said.
Mr Mayor, I move that we go as per recommendation, and also as point B, that we vote via open voting.
Thank you very much. That there should be more than one candidate duly nominated for the position of the Deputy Mayor, then the elections are to be conducted by the method of open voting as outlined by Councillor Said, in accordance with Schedule 7, Part 1, Clause 3 of the Local Government General Regulation, and the names be taken in alphabetical order. I will now hand over to the seconded by Councillor, it was Councillor Burst actually. Thank you. I'll now hand over to the General Manager as a returning officer to call for nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've received the following valid nominations for the office of Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pandolfini, nominated by Councillor Olive and Councillor Veitch, and Councillor Rosenfeld, nominated by Councillor Burst and Councillor McCafferty. If there are no other nominations, I declare nominations for the Deputy Mayoral election closed. Councillor Pandolfini and Councillor Rosenfeld have both accepted the nominations in writing. As there is more than one nomination for the office of Deputy Mayor, an election will be necessary, and in accordance with the earlier council resolution, voting in the election will be show of hands. I call for a show of hands for Councillor Pandolfini. 8. There are 8 votes for Councillor Pandolfini. I will now call for a show of hands for Councillor Rosenfeld. There are 6 votes for Councillor Rosenfeld.
The Mayor put his hand up for Councillor Pandolfini.
Apologies. My apologies. There are 9 votes for Councillor Pandolfini and 6 votes for Councillor Rosenfeld. I therefore declare that Councillor Pandolfini is elected Deputy Mayor for a 1-year term, finishing on September 23. Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Councillor Pandolfini. What I will now do is throw to the floor for any councillors who would like to say a few words on the matter. Councillor Veitch, then I'll go to Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Pandolfini on her election as Deputy Mayor. She's been working incredibly hard in this past 9 or 10 months. I've lost track how many months has occurred since the election. And she's been a really fierce advocate for her community and really making incredible progress for the arts in Randwick City, and that is going to make a massive difference to so many people in our community. I'm looking forward to seeing all of these projects come to fruition, and you know, as a Greens councillor, you know, her work advocating and supporting all of the environmental initiatives being put through on council has been really outstanding. I'd also like to give to Councillor Chappell for her really great work as Deputy Mayor over this last 9 or 10 months. She's also been an incredible advocate for council and for the environment and on such a large range of issues. So I'd also like to extend my thanks and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd also like to congratulate Councillor Pandolfini and on behalf of the Labor councillors. Also, your congratulations. I do have to let you know that you have big shoes to fill. You have to carry on the legacy of Councillor Shuri, Councillor Beach, Councillor Chappell. So, and I'm sure you're up for it. So, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Congratulations, Councillor Pandolfini. It's wonderful to see a new councillor be honoured with this position, as Councillor Chappell was before you. I know you'll do a fantastic job. It's exciting to have another female in a leadership position. And so from all the Liberals, we congratulate you and look forward to seeing you in this position.
Thank you. Are there, Councillor Chappell?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Pandolfini, who is going to be amazing and incredible, and I can't wait to see what she achieves. And also to thank all the staff and you, Mr Mayor, for your support during my time as Deputy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? What I will do is if the council will indulge me, I will actually make some remarks from the chair, if that is all right. The first is I would like to offer my heartfelt congratulations to now Deputy Mayor Pandolfini. I very much look forward to working with you, and I have to admit, as a first-term councillor, you have made quite the impact on the council in pushing the direction in particular subject matters, including the arts. And on a personal note, it has been a very refreshing and very encouraging contribution, and I definitely commend and can take a few lessons from the energy in which you have taken to the task, and I think it has been a fantastic addition to it, and I look very much forward to working with you in the coming months across the rest of this particular mayoral and deputy mayoral term. I promise not to do as I have done to Councillor Chappell in throwing you in the deep end until at least we get some chairing training in, but I have no doubt whatsoever that you will do an excellent job as the Deputy Mayor, and I have absolute confidence in that. To outgoing Deputy Mayor Chappell, a very big thank you for the support, the advice, and for being very easy to work with over the last term. It will be the end of the Central Ward duo of Mayor and Deputy. I'm not aware of that occurring before, and I'm very, very glad to have shared that combination over the last few months. And then the last words I might also just say is a thank you, while she's not here this evening, to Councillor Shuri, who was the other Deputy Mayor who I've served under. So I've had the honour of serving with three deputies, and I have no doubt whatsoever that Councillor Pandolfini, we have left the best till last, and you will discharge your job with distinction. So thank you very much, and a very heartfelt congratulations on my part. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Pandolfini, was there anything you would like to say?
Very briefly, I would also like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the Gadigal and Bidjigal peoples, the traditional custodians of the unceded Sydney coast. It's an honour to live on this land where the oldest living culture has survived and are thriving. It's also an absolute honour to hold this position, and I'd like to thank all of my fellow councillors for this opportunity, and the staff, directors and general manager for all of their help in assisting me out of the deep end in my first year on council. I don't think I particularly was responsible for before this, but now that I do know, it's the very reason I feel so privileged to serve in this position. Just indulge me. I love living in Randwick, and it's been a beautiful experience becoming a part of the community, walking to the local school, attending the local restaurants, being part of the sporting clubs and choir and volunteering. But being a councillor has expedited my love for this LGA. And my highlights from this past year include the Coojake robbery during Reconciliation Week, the block party, and the recent activation of Dom is from Croydon and I'm from Melbourne, and our community, who are mostly artists and creatives, weren't really based around this area when we moved here. but we made the choice and are extremely lucky to be able to live here because we love the land and the sea. I think that that is one of the major motivating factors for many people in the area. It is for this reason that I want to do everything we can to protect the precious environment and mitigate the effects of our already changing climate. I also believe that loving the land encourages understanding connection to the traditional custodians of the Bidjigal and Gadigal land, custodians who have been here for tens of thousands of years. It is crucial that we listen to the traditional custodians who understand this land, who have cared for this land and who have stories and traditions that are deep, true culture, an extraordinary culture to learn from. And I think that this is starting to be acknowledged, but I also think that we have a long way to go to reconciliation. As an artist, I am extremely inspired and deeply committed to continue the work that the staff already do to spur on the new arts and culture strategy to create and to ensure that we have a thriving arts ecology. Lastly, I want to thank my beautiful family for their support. It was almost comical when I told Dom that I was going to add to my workload as a mother of 2 young children, my multiple jobs and my art practice with this position. I think it's important that local council reflects the diversity of our community, and Randwick LGA is extremely diverse. Thank you for your time.
Well said. Thank you very much, councillors. The election of the Deputy Mayor now concluded. We will return to the routine order of business, but what we will do before that is we will have a short break. We're just about to have a short break. So with that, for those who are waiting in the gallery, what we will do is we'll have a break for about 5 to 10 minutes, hopefully 5 minutes, just to do a bit of a photograph, and we will resume, we'll see if we can keep it to 5, at 7:30. So thank you, councillor.
principles and together reaffirm.
Thank you, councillors. I now reopen the meeting. Please be seated. I will now call for declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, CS 49/22. The company I work for has a major client that is tendered for business covered in this item. It is a pecuniary interest, and I won't debate or vote on the matter. CS 50/22, exactly the same. The company I work for has a major client that is tendered for business covered in this item. It's a pecuniary interest, and I won't debate or vote on the matter.
Thank you. Are there any... Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. CP 53/22 and NM 79/22, the speakers are known to me through the community. Also, NM 80/22, which is my motion. I am on the Executive Committee of ALGRA New South Wales. This motion was put forward in support of an ALGRA New South Wales resolution, but I will be voting on the matters. Thank you.
Councillor Olive.
CP 53/22, the Speaker addressing Council is known to me.
Thank you. Are there any... Councillor Hamilton.
Yes. CS 44/22, Clovelly Road, Carrington Road intersection. The Speaker is known to me. I don't see any conflict. And CS 48/22, Doncaster Avenue. I know the Speaker through council ranged events, and I see no conflict.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
Sorry, I've just lost which one it is. I think it's CP 55. I'm on the planning panel, so I won't be voting on that.
Sorry, could you just say that a little bit louder?
CP 55. I'm on the planning panel, so I won't be voting on that.
Thank you. Are there... Councillor... I'll go back to Councillor Rosenfeld, then I'll go to Councillor Hay.
Yes, as with Councillor Hamilton, the Speaker on CS 44/22 is known to me, and it's non-pecuniary, non-significant.
Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Also Speaker on CS 44 and Speaker for NM 79 are both known to me. Non-significant, non-pecuniary, I'll be voting in the matters.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, sorry, I've got one last one. CP 57/22. I've got a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, as I know one of the people that's been nominated.
Okay, thank you. There being no further declarations. Just before I do, just conscious, have you recorded all of those in your phone, or we'll come back? You're all good? Okay, thank you. All right, we now move to addresses of council by members of the public. I will read the chairperson's announcement, privacy warning. In respect to the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of clause 520 to 523 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-video recording of meetings is prohibited without the express permission of council. A person may be expelled from a meeting for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of the council. Announcement of speakers. All members of tonight's public address have a maximum of 4 minutes with which to put forward their case with no extensions available. Presenters will be stopped when the 4 minutes has expired. Councillors may ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. Members of the public are not under any obligation to answer those questions if they do not wish. Our first item this evening is on CP 53/22, Coogee Rainbow and World Pride 2023. Speaking for, Mr. Russell Weston.
Thank you. First of all, I also want to acknowledge the land on which we are here today, the land of the Bidjigal people. My name is Russell Weston. I am a very proud Yorta man. I'm speaking in favour of the Coogee Rainbow flag down at the Coogee Beach. In 2020 I was elected to the International Association of Pride Organisers. We own and license World Pride around the world. So in 2019, the Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras made a bid to host World Pride in our World Conference in Athens, where it was successful, where the Pride organisations around the globe voted for Sydney to host World Pride. The flag, when I first seen the flag about a year ago, I didn't find it to be very inclusive of people of colour and also First Nations peoples. Now, I've had a number of conversations with other First Nations people who are part of our community in the Randwick area, where I showed them a couple of the photos of what was going around circulating Rainbow 1, flag 1 to number 4. My preference and stuff is that when I'm part of the World Pride Committee, so we hold the licence to World Pride, but we also, I'm a member of the World Pride Committee, is the oversight committee of World Pride across the world. I think that, it's great to see that the City of Randwick is going to start that process of being very inclusive of LGBTI people in our region, in the municipality. My preference, personally, to be, as a part of as the First Nations person, but also as a gay man, that, flag 1 or preference 1 is my preference, because it is very bold and very beautiful to be inclusive of trans, non-binary, First Nations, and also our people of colour. So that's sort of my point of view, and I do whatever decides the flags. I think all the flags are pretty deadly. It's all the flags are very inclusive of all of us, part of our rainbow family. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for an opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Were there any questions of the Speaker? There being no questions, thank you very much for your contribution. I now move to the next item, CS 44/22, Clovelly Road and Carrington Road intersection, proposed pocket park. Speaking against, Angela Burrell via Teams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm Councillor Angela Burrell from Waverley Council. So I've been living in the Randwick municipality now for 3 years, and this little park is quite close to my home. So it's a little bit of professional curiosity that I followed the process of this and the consultation. Now, I've been really disappointed with the outcome of the consultation. I'd like to draw your attention to page 148. If you have a look, there is a series of bullet points there for about the stage 2 consultation. The first bullet point says that there was a preference for more grass and greenery across the entire site over the hardscaping that is currently proposed. Bullet point 2 suggested that we utilise the natural shade from the existing and proposed tree canopy instead of man-made structures. Now, this is interesting because your notification today that came through on your Have Your Say said that a number of elements from the initial design have been changed from the community feedback, and these include the bike lane being removed, that vines will be planted at the base of the shade canopies to train to grow onto the structures. These are the structures that the community asked not to be there. That more trees will be planted to provide natural forms of shade. Well, that's what we wanted. And that it will be lit and the electrical substation will not be relocated. So it seems really strange to me that in a council that is doing amazing things environmentally, such as FOGO, such as your wonderful EV events that you had the other week, there's fabulous things that you're doing, yet you want to pave an entire slip road. So we change it from asphalt, hard surface, and pave the whole thing. It just does not make sense to me. You also want to add metal structures to a space over chairs and then grow vines on them where you're going to be growing trees. That does not make sense to me. So I think really my suggestion would be, and I did write some notes earlier on, I think that in order to support the community feedback, I would recommend that you remove the metal orange frames around the seating because they're really unnecessary, and potentially kids can climb on them, birds will sit up the top of them and do their business on the chairs. They're really not going to be practical. And reduce the paved area. We don't need that much paved area to have economic benefit to those businesses. If you keep the footpath, which is already very wide, and put some gardens at the edge of the footpath, break up the paving. My suggestion would be to consider removing about 70% of the paving, at least. Personally, I think you should be deferring this and sending it back to your officers and asking them to reconsider it, but definitely needs more garden area. There's a huge amount of paving that's been proposed for this tiny, tiny park. It's not an area that has got any cafes on it currently. There are already cafes up the road and down the road. They're not oversubscribed. I think probably we're likely to get one more cafe in this space. It's not going to be a run of restaurants here that are going to need a whole lot of outdoor seating. So I think it's a hugely over-designed pocket park. It's a very small space, and please, councillors, let's just turn this into a little local quiet park with lots of trees, lots of greenery. We don't need it to be completely paved. We don't need huge orange structures on it. That is what your community told you. I've asked you to listen to them and to just simplify it back. The other thing that really surprised me about this was that the bike lane was removed.
Just
the community also really commented about their concerns about the safety of the intersection. The safety of the intersection at Clow Valley Road. There's a current...
Ms. Burrell, can you hear me? Sorry, there's an issue with the connection. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry,
you've just exceeded 4 minutes, but what I'll just ask you if you could wrap up your remarks if possible.
Have I run out of time? I can hear you. I'm saying a bit of concern in the community about the safety of the intersection at Clow Valley Road. They're also proposing to remove the bike lane. There is currently a bus lane there, which is very dangerous because the traffic jumps into the bus lane. It's a very difficult, confusing and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions of the Speaker? There's a question from Councillor Pandolfini. We are having some issues hearing you on our end. If you need the questioner to repeat the question, please just say so. Councillor Pandolfini.
Thanks, Angela, for coming along. I just wanted to clarify, are you supportive of the pocket park in general without these design features? Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks.
Yes, definitely supportive of it becoming a pocket park and definitely supportive of removing the slip lane.
Okay, excellent. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Nielsen.
I'm proposing tonight that we not go ahead with what has been proposed with the design, the current design. But I'm wanting us to return to a smaller scale pocket park to better reflect what was revealed when we had the Clovelly Road master plan. And I think that what I would be proposing would be much more in line with what you are proposing, which is to put greenery there, a couple more seats, maybe a little book library there.
Councillor Nielsen, could I just ask what your question is, if you don't mind?
Whether that would also be what Ms. Burrell would also be envisaging.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, Ms. Burrell, that you have heard that question? You're frozen on my end.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have heard the question, if you can hear me.
Yes, yeah, we can hear.
I could tell something very, very simple there. That they actually asked for the road up the well. It's just grass and trees and a seat. They really didn't need anything. I personally think this is very over-designed, and I'm really disappointed that your officers have continued to put it forward when the community resoundingly said no. to the over design of it. They just this area, and we just need a break
Okay. Thank you. Just before I hand back to
of paving. We don't progress.
Look, I'm very sorry. We are struggling to hear you. Ms. Burrell, could you please, before I just hand back, could you turn your camera off if possible?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
No, it's not. Okay. All right, we'll just try that. Councillor Nielsen, was there anything else that you had as a question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Ms Burrell whether she would prefer to see the slip lane retained as it currently is, so that traffic can use it to make the left turn coming from Clovelly Road, then turning left heading heading south down Carrington Road. Would you still prefer to see the slip lane left as a car drive-through space?
Look, okay, I just want to check that you can hear me first.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Look, I think that the removal of the slip lane was a good idea as long as the intersection has been improved to ensure that the traffic can easily turn and also doesn't get held up. Currently, the traffic gets very held up at that intersection because of the bus lane there, and is also very dangerous for cyclists. So I think that really the design of the road has to be improved if you are wanting to remove the little slip lane. I mean, certainly turning it into a pocket park and having green space there would be a wonderful improvement, because there really isn't a lot of park space in that area going down further down towards Fern Street. You know, we are short of grass and trees around there.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you very much, Ms. Burrell.
Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Thank you. I'll now call for the next item on the agenda, CS 48/22, Doncaster Avenue and Ascot Street, Centennial Park to Kingsford Cycleway, proposed intersection intervention. Speaking for Mr. Steve McMahon, representing the ATC.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, elders past, present and emerging. On this item, I'm representing the Australian Turf Club. I just wanted to raise a couple of items in support of this, and the main point that I guess we're raising is I'd like to thank the General Manager and Director of City Services and yourself, Mr. Mayor, and the councillors for your efforts so far on this project and trying to resolve what is potentially a dangerous problem. We'd like to see the roundabout on the corner or the intersection of Doncaster Avenue and Ascot Street replaced, and we support the redesign concept that we're talking about today. When the roundabout was removed, it did create a number of issues in terms of traffic flow. This is on quiet days as well. This is not just about the Australian Turf Club and the races at Randwick. This is something that we've noticed on a very quiet day, on a Monday, for example. We've got a neighbouring school nearby where obviously in the morning it's quite busy. A number of the parents used to use that roundabout to either return to a different direction, and we saw some dodgy turns happening at the time. There's also the light rail that's obviously been installed in the last couple of years, as well as the adjacent car park that had to be moved because of the light rail on the racecourse land. So as a result, that intersection's busier than ever, and that of course is heightened on a busier day. And we have noticed that there is not only is traffic flow disrupted without this roundabout, it's made the police job difficult. The Australian Turf Club pays for user police on busy days to help manage that intersection safely. And we've observed when that didn't happen, it was quite difficult for them. The police themselves have stated that when they were there that it is much easier to manage the traffic more safely when the roundabout is there. It's about getting out and getting into that intersection, but it's also about the flow along Doncaster Road for the whole community. So it's not just about the racecourse, it's about getting in and about in that location. We're not against the bike lane. In fact, we've worked with Council and the Department of Transport, and we have a community bike storage area off Allison Road on the racecourse that was to work in tandem with this bike lane. We are purely here to improve the egress and ingress out of that location and to improve the traffic flow and the safety for cyclists, vehicles and pedestrians. And happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There's a question from Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Have you seen car accidents or anything? You said dodgy, and I know that it's something that we all see as residents. We see driving, it's a little bit questionable. But have you seen accidents or anyone who might be a near miss?
Certainly, I haven't certainly seen a number of near misses. The roundabout's only been out of action for about a month or so, but through our CCTV, which we use there for safety coming out of that car park, we've observed a number of near misses. I myself have seen a few. It's also where the taxis, not saying that taxi drivers are more impatient, but it is where the taxis do come out and there are some, I guess you would say, risky moves to get out of it when it's busy because people get frustrated. Whereas when the roundabout was there, it naturally slowed the traffic down and it made it easier for cars to get in and out. Also the pedestrians, because they walk to the light rail. We encourage people to use light rail, and we're fortunate to have 2 stations adjacent to our area. And the one out there on Anzac Parade there, when pedestrians walk across, it's much safer when under the previous model with the roundabout.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thanks, Mr. McMahon. Thank you for giving up your precious time and being here today. Now, when I read your email and I followed up, I think the mighty Councillor Luxford, I think, might have brought it to our attention. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this roundabout is a safety concern. And that, I guess, is the main reason, especially on race day, we have to be a bit more diligent in the way we address this concern. Is it safety that is your main concern, and that's what brings you here for a review?
Absolutely, and I would say it's not just race days. We have a number of students that use the area there for their exams and for their formals and the like, and it's getting to a busy time of year, so yeah.
I think Councillor Luxford brought that to our attention. Am I right, Alex? Yeah, and that was really important. So after Councillor Luxford brought that, no, I won't, because when he's supposed to ask questions, the question was, it's safety that brings you here, and safety concerns that you're asking us to review.
Yes,
not just on race day, but on all days.
Correct.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford, could you please turn on your microphone?
Sorry about that. When this went out to consultation, did the racecourse ATC have concerns initially about this, and did you put in a submission regarding the safety of that roundabout and the way that it conducted the traffic along Doncaster?
Yeah, given the process started in 2015, it was in 2018, it was before my time in 2015 there, it just started there actually. I don't know whether we made a formal submission, but I know that certainly through the regional traffic meetings and the meetings that involved Department of Transport and yourselves, it was certainly raised by our staff that was going to be an issue. And then I suppose we didn't make a big deal of it until we did notice, as soon as it was removed, we noticed as early as the Monday morning the difficulties that people were having moving around that location and the near misses that we saw and the safety aspects that we saw. And so, yes, again, thanks to Council for addressing that quickly. But yes, we always had an issue with it and wanted to keep the status quo.
And would you prefer to see the roundabout go back in, or some sort of other construction there, or
yeah,
device?
Look, based on the meetings that we've had with Transport and your officers and the like, we believe that putting the roundabout back, which has worked successfully for at least the last 30 years, would be the safest measure. We recognise that involves a redesign to maintain the cycleway there and let cars and pedestrians go through safely. So we would prefer that model. We did look at the idea of lights, but I think that would probably be too cumbersome. And we've looked at other plans of where people can leave and enter in and the like. But because light rail's there and the school's there, it's not just about the racecourse, it's about safety in that particular location. So yes, we favour a roundabout to come back.
And I guess knowing that area as well as I do, and knowing the school, the parents, it was always a nice little parking spot up at that end of Ascot Street prior to the changes that were made by the racecourse. But then it became, a little quick turn, etc., etc. And without that roundabout being there now, I guess that's where you're seeing the misses where they're trying to get in there and, you know, turn to go back
Correct.
the other way.
Correct, yes. They're trying to do some turns that aren't conducive to peak hour traffic at 8:30 in the morning. Kids are being dropped off, yes.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you.
I now go to NM 7922, notice of motion from Councillor Hay, measures to counteract antisocial behaviour in Inglis Park. Speaking against, Katya Kikawa. I apologise around the pronunciation if I've mangled it.
No, you did well. I'm Katya Klikawa. I'm the Vice President of the Randwick Boys High School P&C Association, and I'm also talking as a mother. I strongly oppose the idea of locking up parts of or the whole playground at certain times of the day. This is a public space provided for the community and therefore should be accessible to the community at all times. I understand that antisocial behaviour or vandalism are not acceptable in any way and should not be tolerated. But we are not fencing in High Cross Park because someone has smashed a glass bottle there at night. Nor are we closing the reserve at Coogee Beach because people are leaving their rubbish on the grass. Our young generation, whatever the age, needs safe spaces to develop, to socialise, to be out in the fresh air as opposed to being inside in front of their screens. Older kids need the experience of being without supervision sometimes. Playgrounds offer all of this in a safe way. Obviously, our kids also need to learn to follow certain rules and take responsibility for their actions, and we as a community have a responsibility to ensure this is happening. Any antisocial behaviour should be managed in the same way as it is managed in every other place, by patrolling the area at certain times, by addressing any misbehaviour, and by educating. Locking up the few safe spaces that exist for our young generation will not solve any problems, it will only shift them to other locations. COVID has had a huge impact also, and in particular, on our young generation, who are in the middle of their social and mental development. If we lock them out of the spaces that were meant for them, just because of a few who break the rules, what message about our society is this going to send to those who are doing the right thing? So please keep this playground open for our kids at all times. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There are no questions. Thank you very much. Speaking in favour of the motion, Mr. Rob Cardis.
Mayor, councillor, officers, and I acknowledge the First Nations of the land. As chairman of the Strata Plan, Fig Tree Pocket, I've been approached by residents about the state and activities in this park. The park has not been handed over to Randwick Council due to various issues resulting in less than a satisfactory management of the area in question. During school term, Randwick Girls High School students, not Randwick Boys High School students, attend the park before and after school. They are most unbecoming in the behaviour, resulting in the community staying away from CCTV, which is operational. Still, the council is to take possession of this equipment. Once at the high-level platform, the following activities occur regularly late at night and into the evening, and the last event was on Sunday. Excessive noise and vulgar language, alcohol drinking and rolling empty bottles down the slippery dip, and as a result of rolling the bottles down, leaving the glass in the dip, which break, and I am aware that a child has been injured the next day slipping down the dip. The inhaling of nitrogen oxide capsules, which is one here as an example, which, if overdosed, can be life-threatening. Exploding containers within the slippery dip, causing fireballs to erupt from the top and the bottom of the dip, lighting up the general area. Police have been called on numerous occasions and the offenders have left before police arriving. Vandalism of the equipment and graffiti painting over the structural elements. These activities are not random, causing concern to residents, especially the retail area restaurant whose patrons see these activities and rather than be in the area result in poor attendance of the restaurants, and this is also causing residents in Fig Tree Pocket development undue stress due to the activities in the park by the unsupervised youth. There are various solutions for these activities, subject to how much the community wishes to spend to curb the unlawful activities in the park. Firstly, taking possession of the park will allow council to access the CCTV, which will allow authorities to ID the offenders in the area and enable rangers to enforce local council laws concerning park behaviour, moving youth on or fining parties for unlawful actions. Further, to ensure the youth cannot undertake these activities I've mentioned, the council should install 2 gates at the entrance of the slippery dip access and reduce the lighting levels in the playground. This will ensure that no public can access the higher levels and undertake unlawful actions. This is not an expensive solution, but will require Randwick Council rangers to open and close the gates in the morning and evening. The installation of gates and reduction of lighting will significantly reduce the incidence of misbehaviour and encourage families to return to the evening to enjoy the benefits of the park. Thank you all for the opportunity to allow me to bring this to your attention and for the Council to discuss and take appropriate action.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Pandolfini, and then I'll go to Councillor Hay. And then Councillor Seth.
Thank you for coming in, Rob. I have to say I'm quite shocked about the stories because I do attend that park with my kids on probably 2 or 3 times a week, and I have just been taken with just how lively the place is and how, what a kind of positive environment it is to be in. I think it's a fantastic example of that kind of development which can so often be done so badly. Do you think that there might be a few steps that could be taken? We go to such an extreme measure of locking off a park?
Well, I'm not talking about locking off the park. I'm talking about 2 entrances that lead to the slippery dip. If you look in your notes, there is a photograph of the platform at the higher level, which is where the youth attend and are out of sight of the public.
But do you think there might be a few steps, whether you're locking off the park or locking off the levels, that, are, I guess, are more about community building where you have conversations with the schools?
Well, we've attempted that. Randwick Boys High School, for example, have been very helpful. Lance Rascal regularly attends. I unfortunately cannot say the same about Randwick Girls High School, which have been somewhat obstructive to our cause to getting things improved within the park. It's not so much during the day, it's more at the night. The latest example of misbehaviour was on Sunday night till 12:15 in the morning on the platform. Kids were drinking, were smoking, were carrying on, and this nitrous oxide issue is of major concern because they're out of sight, out of mind. And if by just merely closing those 2 gates up to the higher level and maintaining the lower area where younger children can enjoy, I believe will be a great benefit to the area. I'm not saying we should close the park. I'm just saying that there is a issue of the higher level which hasn't been taken into consideration, and a simple method of fixing that is locking them off late at night. The rangers can attend in the morning and the evening, and the park can be used throughout. The main part of the park is the facilities at the lower level. The only thing that accesses the top is the dip, and that causes the major issue, and that causes injury to children.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Hay, then I will go to Councillor Said, then Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor D'Souza.
This was partially based on a conversation we had. I think I may have made a typographical error or mathematically misinterpreted, particularly on the 3rd dot point, being willing to close access to the park before 9 a.m. Would you support any sort of closing access to the park before 9 a.m? I'm happy to completely
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see the park closed. All I want to see is that the access points to the dips are closed off to reduce the misbehaviour and unbecoming behaviour of youth in the area.
Mm-hmm. Excellent, thanks. Just for everyone's benefit, I'd like to cross out the third dot point, if possible. I'll amend it later.
Yeah, that'll have to be in the substantive debate. Councillor Sid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to ask, I heard you say at the start, it hasn't been handed over to council yet?
No, the park has not been handed over to council yet.
Who's maintained it at the moment?
At the moment, the developer, Cbus, and this has now been for well over 2 years, or more than 2 years since the development has been occupied by residents.
I actually thought it was ours. So we can't actually, so that means it would actually be hard for council to do the locking up?
No, it's pending handover.
Okay. I'll bring it back to debate and ask the question.
The handover is pending. There are only, from what I understand, a few minor items outstanding, and then the park will be handed over. There is a management plan that's being discussed with the area and with, I believe, John. I can't think of John's surname. John is one of the officers within council. He attended on Friday to look at the area and work out with the strata committee as to what sort of management plan.
So the likelihood of this being happening is until we get it, council can't do anything until we actually get it. That's correct. Not till the park is handed over, but we may as well preempt that sort of thing. And there have been rather considerable S455 contributions towards the council for them to be able to afford such a minor item as gates on the entries to the park slide. And my final question is, does Cbus or the strata actually handle any security at the moment?
Cbus has provided CCTV, which is readily accessible, but as part of the handover, council will be in charge of that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton. Okay, thank you. Councillor D'Souza. Your question.
Mr. Carlos. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll just take the time on that. Mr. Carlos, have you spoken to your state member, Michael Daly or Marjorie, either of them about this matter? Have you written to them? At the end of the day, we're going to need the state, we're going to need council, and all the tiers of government and the police to help. So have you drafted any concerns with them or your...
I have passed on some information to Dr. Marjorie O'Neill. I've done that. I've actually spoken to her with another another strata committee member. She has given me an undertaking that she would make some efforts. We don't only have this as an item of concern in the area. We have far more other issues that will come to the attention of the council in time. And this at the moment is quite a serious issue, especially the inhaling of the nitrous oxide.
Yes, thank you. And that's all I want to know, that you've also gone to another level because... As I stated in my speech, that we've gone to the headmistress, we've gone to... This is of Randwick Girls High School. As I said, Lance Graskell has been very helpful, whereas on the opposite side of the fence, the headmistress of Randwick Girls High School has tended to ignore the Fig Tree Pocket community. And we've approached Department of Education. We're now approaching you as the council, and we've also spoken to our state member. Thank you, Rob.
Councillor Olive.
I was just interested in your comments that you said that the problem is worse at night, but you're saying that the problem is young schoolwomen, your schoolgirls, being there in the morning, but that seems to be a contradiction.
it's not so much a contradiction. If you came and had a look at what the girls do during the day, it is quite unbecoming of them. They're not a good example of the community, the youth in the area, which is unfortunately, it's only a few of them, but they cause a lot of problems for young parents that come to the park. They won't allow the kids on any of the activities for any of the equipment, and it can get rather unpleasant, and they are very vulgar as well.
I was just interested in your comment that you emphasised the problem was at night, that was all. You know, so that's what I was alluding to. So I'm just wondering how that gelled with school.
I just feel that as a community in Randwick Council, representing its constituents, I feel should have some responsibility towards the members of the community and assist where they have the power to assist. And I know that Councillor Vetch and Councillor Hay have made some efforts towards improving things in the area. And as the Strata chairman, I'm acting on behalf of 155 lot owners within our Strata that something needs to be done.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to ask you a question about, you very much have gender bias in relation to the participants or the attendees of the park. And as a mother of two daughters, one 25, an adult and one teenage girl, where there are girls, there are boys. And so I just wanted to ask you, have you never seen a boy at the park?
I did mention that Lance Rascal does regularly attend the park and make sure that the boys do not attend and cause any ruckus. And there is, I would have to say, the percentage of boys compared to girls would be probably 10 to 15% as opposed to girls. I too have two daughters, and I don't have any bias towards it. I just have bias towards unruly and vulgar behaviour.
And so, just sorry, a follow-up question in relation to your approach to the schools. You mentioned that you did approach the school. Are you saying that due to your approach and probably other residents in the local area?
Yes, there's been several people.
The boys' school have responded, but you're saying that the girls' school have not responded?
The girls' school initially did have some response. Lance Rascal, for example, had an immediate response and has maintained that response, whereas the school has literally ignored any sort of correspondence that's been issued to the school.
Okay, thank you. So there are boys there and the girls' schools have responded. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you very much. Thank you. I'll now move to the next item, NM 8522, Notice of Motion from Councillor Pandolfini, Co-education, Public High School Choices for Families in Randwick. Speaking in favour, Miss Catherine Hole.
Good evening and apologies for the location. I've just had a few family issues this week. I'm speaking on behalf of both Close East and as a parent in of a child in a local primary school and looking to options for public high school. And I note that in the Randwick area, we have two single-sex schools, but we'd also like, and there's many in the community who would too, the option of a co-educational choice. We know this is provided in a number of other areas of Sydney, including the St George area and to schools on the North Shore, where they're in the situation of having two single-sex high schools. They also get the guaranteed option of a co-educational high school. And we'd like the same for the local community so that everyone can, have the choice that they'd like. We've been trying to engage with the state government, over the last at least 12 to 18 months. We know there's a lot of interest in the community. We appreciate that council last meeting also looked at a motion regarding funding for those two local high schools, and there was a note about asking government for where they're up to in co-ed choice. So we just really appreciate council's support in helping us get answers from government on where they're up to on this issue. And that's kind of all I have to say on that motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There's a hand up from Councillor Pandolfini, then I'll go to Councillor Luxford.
Thanks so much for coming, Catherine. I know it's been tricky, so I really appreciate your time. How long have you been working on this campaign? I know you noted that it's been 12 to 18 months, but it's a long...
I joined about 12 to 18 months ago with a really good friend of mine from actually Mother's Group, and we were trying to look at what are the options in our local area. We were also looking back on what happened out of that community survey about 4 or 5 years ago, where the majority of respondents wanted a co-educational high school option. And we were trying to find answers to those questions about, well, where was the state government up to? They'd introduced this kind of trio of choices for other areas, and why wasn't the same happening in the Randwick area? I know that Close East has been advocating on public high school choice and options for the Eastern Beaches area or eastern area of Sydney for a number of years. They've been successful in advocating for the inner city high school. So we look to join that group to lend our support to it. It's a non-partisan group, and it's just looking at improving options for local families.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, thanks for coming along tonight. I'm just interested, whereabouts in the Randwick area do you live, and what local school do your children attend?
I live in the Randwick North area, which is why I'd reached out to Rafaela, because she's a councillor in my ward, and I appreciate that she's got young children as well, and our children are at Randwick Public.
Okay, so
for me, for me, what I really like about the local area is children can walk to school, and the local community. And I was looking for the same for a public high school.
Okay, but you are aware there are options that may not be walking options within our Randwick or close to. There is Rose Bay Secondary College, which a lot of kids from Kensington do attend, because both my nephews went there for co-educational education. And we do have South Sydney and Matraville High, which are both located within the eastern suburbs that are co-educational. So, and I understand and have been involved with part of this when my own children attended Randwick Boys.
Sorry, I do have a point of order.
So I'm just curious as to why you wouldn't choose those options.
Because there's no guaranteed choice, right? So if I apply for high school, the high school, for 2023, they're open now, but I don't know that I'm going to get into those high schools. When I look at St George, when I look at the North Shore, they've got a choice of 3 high schools that they can attend. If you go to the New South Wales government, I think it's the My School website, and you put in your street name, for the Randwick area, you get a choice of 2 high schools, guaranteed access. In some of those other areas where there's single-sex high schools, you get a choice of 3. So my understanding of Rose Bay is that it's been over capacity. It's been very hard to get in out of area more recently. I also know that Marjorie O'Neill's done a lot of work on looking at out-of-area stats for the local high schools, which also, confirmed that it's been in-area students that have been accepted to those schools, which is the system, right? So yes, I'm totally aware that there's other high schools in the area, and that I could try to access them, but I'm at the risk of not being able to get in to those high schools, and then I'm sort of left without that option. I'm a few years off, so the numbers and the boundaries may change at that point, but I'm not the only one in this area who's concerned about these issues. There's a number of people, when the recent newspaper articles and discussion in the community would also confirm that.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I may have had the question answered. As we're well aware, education falls in the domain of state government, and my question was, and I admire this Deputy Mayor bringing this to council, but my question may partly be answered by you. Have you written to your local state members, Daly and Michael Daly and Dr O'Neill? You said Dr O'Neill has been helping. So that was my question. Have you drafted a letter of concern and a request to your two state members?
Well, my state members, Dr O'Neill, I've drafted a number of letters to her. We've written a number of times to the Minister as well. And unfortunately, Marjorie O'Neill's been very helpful to us. Unfortunately, we haven't got a lot of direction which would be helpful. Or even kind of a plan forward, or this is what we're thinking, or we did this in the other areas, so this is what we're going to do here. And we just love that clarity of direction, or even some information about where they're thinking of heading, and how they're going to open up those options that they've opened up to other areas of Sydney, to the residents in the Randwick public high school areas.
There is a follow-up question from Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you for that. That was very enlightening. Now tell me, what do you think, what do you expect council to do to assist you in this matter? Just draft a letter to the Minister, or more than that?
No, I appreciate the roles of council and state government. We just hope that council, in drafting the letter, will continue to note to the state government that this is an issue of importance to the local community, and that we'd like some direction and answers on the next steps from their point of view.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. There being no further questions of the Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further public speakers, we will now run through the agenda in the business paper. Thank you.
May I move a procedural motion to debate the motions that were intended to speak by the speakers?
You may move the procedural motion. As a matter for the council, if that is in fact carried. Do you have a seconder? Yep, seconded Councillor Chappell. I'll now put the procedural motion. Okay. All those in favour?
No.
All those in favour? All those against? No, I declare that lost. Thank you. Okay, we'll now run through the ordinary agenda, beginning with MM 3322 concerning Queen Elizabeth II. Considering the fact that there was a statement at the beginning of the meeting, I consider the mayoral minute as read. I move that council hold a minute silent acknowledging the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as Australia's monarch and head of state. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you very much. We now go to MM 3422 concerning Uncle Kevin Kelly. I will now commend the mayoral minute to the floor. The council hold a minute of silence in remembrance of Uncle Kevin Kelly and extend our condolences to the family for their loss. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. MM 35/22 financial assistance and donations, September to October 2022. Councillors, I consider that as being read. I commend the mayoral minute to the floor. However, if there are any questions, I more than happily will answer them. Okay. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. MM 36/22 annual pop-up music program as part of the Summer in Randwick City. I move the motion that Council brings back a report on the feasibility of reinstating the annual pop-up music program as part of the Summer in Randwick City program for inclusion in the 2023-2024 budget. I commend it. There's nothing further to say. Consider as read. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. I fully support this mayoral minute. I just had a question through to the relevant officer. Will this just, I think from memory, the last one mainly focused on buskers and sort of outdoor performances. Is there a scope within this report to perhaps also include actual gigs where the musicians or bands are able to perhaps, you know, advertise that they're playing, that there's a venue, whether it be indoors or outdoors, and it's more of a traditional sort of actual music gig rather than the sort of only the buskers?
Thank you. I will throw that to the relevant officer, but in my interpretation, I don't think that it would close the consideration of that, but it would be a matter for the report. But I will hand that to the relevant officer to provide their clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report can certainly take that into consideration.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I commend the motion. I now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. MM37/22, alfresco dining in Randwick. I consider that as being read and just move the motion that Council brings back a report investigating the Inner West and City of Sydney Council's models for alfresco dining with accompanying recommendation for a 2023-2024 budget allocation to be funded by Council. Are there any questions or comments? There being no questions or comments, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. I will now move to the supplementary business paper. Thank you. MM39/22, renewed concerns for the proposed cruise ship terminal at Yarra Bay. Councillors, I don't think I need to talk to it. I commend the mayoral minute to the floor. However, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I will now go to Councillor Burst, then Councillor De Souza. Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, could you please turn on your microphone?
I would like to add an amendment to your mayoral minute.
Could you tell me what that is?
Point D, it's up there now, that we also write to the Federal Minister for Defence, Richard Miles, to reopen the Garden Island option, because we now have a federal Labor government, so obviously Garden Island is not in the seat of the previous Prime Minister. So I think it would add more weight if we're serious about Yarra Bay.
Thank you. I have no objection for the incorporation of that, and I'm happy to incorporate point D. Okay, thank you. So, Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Burst, can you please turn off your microphone? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I come here tonight to this council to speak about an issue which I've been very silent about. I come here tonight because my conscience leaves me no other choice. A time comes when silence is betrayal, and that time has come for me. And tonight, I will bring this issue of the Yarra Bay Cruise Terminal to the fore. It's a project that is championed and driven by the state government and the Port Authority of New South Wales against the wishes of the local community. The planners have chosen a mega cruise terminal over recreational beach and green space, which will change the whole landscape of the area and destroy a very beautiful part of Randwick City. The government's obsession and uncompromising behaviour on this matter may partly explain why Peter Collins, the former Liberal leader, has spoken against this location and joined in the very vocal movement to stop the building of another port at Yarra Bay. The community have banded behind a slogan championed by the former councillor De Rocha, Yarra Bay, no way. This community-destroying plan to build a port at Yarra Bay, as many of us will agree, is like a malignant cancer, and if it is not stopped at its initial stages, it will spread like an uncontrolled bushfire. The mega cruise terminal, like a cancer, is not only destructive, but it is soul-destroying. It leads to communities being ripped apart and beautiful, pristine marine ecosystems and beaches being replaced by concrete and steel, where the beautiful sounds of nature are replaced by the clanging of cranes and the bustling noise of tourists who have no connection to the area or the land, where a sense of community becomes just a mantra, slogan, and no longer a way of life. The potential environmental impacts of on this area will be horrendous, from severe coastal erosion, from the dredging, and if completed, the adverse sea and sediment impact of the cruise ships. The traffic and parking problems this mega cruise terminal will create will significantly lead to more traffic congestion, with shuttle bus services, private coach and taxi movements, not to mention private cars dropping and picking up passengers. Noise from port activities will also become a major concern and a problem for local residents, as the operation most probably will be 24/7. Last but not least, we cannot forget the historical and heritage importance of this area, its cultural significance to both Aboriginal and European people, which will be lost and destroyed if any mega cruise terminal is built at Yarra Bay. It is a significant historical place where Captain James Cook and Arthur Phillip first made contact with our Aboriginal people of Australia. A place where Aboriginal people fished and gathered, and to many is still a sacred site. I can no longer, and I shall no longer, and I will no longer be silent about the mega cruise terminal being proposed at Yarra Bay, because it'll open the floodgates to overdevelopment and port activities that'll change the nature and landscape of Randwick City forever. I fully support the mayoral minute for action and request for the Minister to respond to the community's concerns. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor D'Souza, can you please turn off your microphone?
Yes, I thank Mr Mayor for allowing for the amendment from Councillor Burst, because we need to remember that it was former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull that ruled out Garden Island. Now we have a new government. Let's see if the new government can look at Garden Island again, because that definitely is the best solution I see. As far as it's a much better place for a cruise ship terminal. It's basically right next to the city. If tourists come to Sydney, they would much rather arrive at Garden Island, walk to the Opera House, walk to the Harbour Bridge and all the other fascinating attractions we have in the area. Also, I'd like to thank Councillor Burst for the amendment. Councillor Burst has spent tireless time and effort with this issue. He set up Save Yarra Bay, he set up Protect Yarra Bay. He actually got me into the issue, and I joined him at a couple of rallies at Yarra Bay Sailing Club. So thanks, Councillor Burst, for all your effort on this as well.
Thank you very much. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to the next mayoral minute, MM40/22, 20th anniversary of the Bali bombings, contributions towards the Coogee Dolphins commemorative event. Councillors, I believe that you've all been provided with a copy of the mayoral minute. What I would like to do is just apologise for the late notice at which you've been provided with it. I only actually received the formal request on Monday in order to do it. However, there were discussions several weeks prior concerning it, but had not actually received the request, and that's why you've received it late. the proposed contribution is in line with the contribution a decade ago for the 10th anniversary. I commend the mayoral minute to the floor. Councillor Sid.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to commend you on this mayoral minute. The Coogee Dolphins have kept a solemn practice of joining with us every Coogee barley bombing ceremony at Coogee. As you know, there was a lot of families from Malabar region, some from the South Ward. We commemorate this together. The Coogee Dolphins lost a lot of their members. It's very solemn, it's very right, and it's 20th anniversary, so I particularly admire that we do help them and we work together with this. And I must admit, every year, since we've been doing it, our council officers, especially in the events department, have always made sure this is a very solemn occasion.
Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, even though this event occurred 20 years ago, it is very raw and real to some members of the Dolphin Club and their families and friends. It's so important when people are grieving, even 20 years later, that we as a compassionate council who believe in a sense of community do everything we can to help this community. I fully support and commend your actions, Mr. Mayor. The amount is very nominal, and what makes it even more special is the club has said we'll match it dollar for dollar. And I commend you on this. I commend the club, and I offer my sympathies and condolences to the club and its members that have lost loved ones and teammates in this very sad tragedy, which we at the Barley Memorial will once again recognise and remember. I myself lost, I think it was 15 friends that day, and it's still very raw and real to me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I will now put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. That now concludes the mayoral minutes. And I will call for urgent business. Is there any urgent business? Councillor Olive.
Yes.
What I'll ask before you commence into the remarks, so what I'd like you to read out to the meeting what it is that you're going to seek to have considered as urgent business.
Yes.
We will then vote as to whether or not we will consider it as urgent, and I will also provide my decision on the matter. Then we will move into the substantive debate if it is successful. Councillor Olive.
Okay. This is an urgent matter. I'm asking council officers to urgently undertake a preliminary heritage assessment of the building at 3 Berwick Place, Coogee. This matter is urgent because there is a development application currently under assessment to demolish this particular building. To continue on, if it's likely to be found on further inquiry and investigation to be of local heritage significance, then the preliminary heritage assessment is suggestive of 3 Berwick Place having local heritage significance. Then an interim heritage order be placed on the property so its heritage values can be fully assessed. Now, number 3, Berwick Place, is an interwar building that sits between...
Sorry, before we do that, I just want to stay as faithful to the actual procedure as it relates to the consideration of urgent business. So you're moving that item UB 49 preliminary heritage assessment at the building of 3 Berwick Place, Coogee, be considered as urgent business.
Yes.
I will then suggest that I too consider that it is urgent business in light of the fact that there is currently a development application in train for the demolition of that particular property. I will now move that it be considered as urgent business, and we'll now vote on it. So, councillors, all those in favour? Yep. Councillor Nielsen will move it. All those against? Okay, I declare that carried. Councillor Olive, you can now move your motion. Thank you. Yep, and it's seconded by Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Olive, you can now move your motion.
Okay.
Microphone.
Oh.
I have to, if someone can confirm, is this the discussion we had last year on the same property? Because I had to leave the room.
Okay.
Last year, is it? So it is the same one that we.
It is the.
So we did discuss this last year.
Yep, through to the relevant officer.
Substantial interest, because at that stage, and I have no idea if he still works there, I know one of the people that actually put up the actual motion that built this, who works for that company. And I don't know if he's still there or not, but I can't take the risk.
Yep, thank you. Ms Hartshorn, could you just please record that Councillor said has recorded a declaration of interest and has left the room? Okay, thank you. We'll just give Councillor said time to leave. Councillor said, could I suggest that in leaving the room you actually have to leave the room? So is it the case that you don't have the interest? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Olive will move the motion. I have Councillor Nielsen as the seconder. Councillor Olive, you have the floor.
Sorry, I've written there Berwick Place and I meant Berwick Street. Sorry. Okay, there is new information in relation to this, this particular matter. What I'm asking in this motion is that Council have undertake a preliminary heritage assessment of number 3 Berwick Place. If this turns out to be likely to be found on further inquiry and investigation to be of local heritage significance, then I would ask Council to put on in place an interim heritage order so that this property can be assessed, fully assessed for its heritage values. The urgency of this is because there is a development, we've gone through that. The reason why I think that the heritage values of number 3 need to be assessed is because it is an interwar building, but it sits beside 2 other interwar buildings, 1 and 3, on the Berwick estate. So here we have a cluster of interwar buildings which have sort of a consistency about them, where you have a sandstone wall that runs across 3 and 5, and you have bluestone and ironstone buildings. You have verandas that give a similar feeling about the particular area, and they're not tucked away. They're where people can see these buildings rather easily from the street level. So they add to the story and the narrative of the area of Coogee. Now, as was pointed out previously, there was a heritage assessment done on number 3 by Extent Heritage, and they recommend that it not be for listing. But since then, things have moved on. In our recent LEP that we voted on, number 5 was recommended for heritage listing and will be heritage listed, and number 1 said that met the criteria for heritage listing and should be exhibited, put on exhibition later, and it appears that will imminently be heritage listed. Now, these are all of buildings of a similar period. If we were to go and demolish number 3, if number 3 was allowed to be demolished and modern buildings placed in between, then this would diminish the actual values of number 3 and number 5, not to mention the implicit value of heritage values of number 3, which I think should be assessed in its own right. The assessment of number 1 and number 5 was done by city plan heritage assessors, and so this is an update on what was done previously by extent. So I think there is enough information there and enough concern about what we might lose if number 3 is demolished, that we should undertake this preliminary heritage assessment of number 3, and then sort of carry that on to an interim heritage order if that is seen to have further likely to be found to have heritage values. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen as the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support the recommendation that's been put forward to us tonight by Councillor Olive, and I agree with the urgency because the building is currently under threat of demolition through the DA that's currently being examined, and I think the house is definitely worthy of heritage listing, and I think the fact that it was missed first time round was a travesty, and I think this way we've got a chance of correcting that mistake, and I'm sure that we will be assured that in fact it does have heritage significance. So I look forward to us getting that confirmed. So I think it's prime importance that we get this done ASAP.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree. I don't agree with it being urgent business, but I absolutely agree that we are righting the wrong. I agree with Councillor Nelson that this is an opportunity for us to, if we could, put this to rest, not have to come back and fight for these properties. It is sad that we have to fight so hard to keep these properties because once they're gone, they're gone. And there is definite historical significance. It's a beautiful corner, it's nostalgic, there's a lot of history there, of course, not just in the buildings themselves, but in the people that frequented those buildings over many years, families being raised in and around the area as well. So I would commend Councillor Olive, Councillor Nielsen, and I support this minute wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yep. Basically, when an item comes up for heritage and I see it comes up, I like to go and have a look at the place myself because it only came up today. It's hard for me to make a decision on whether it should be heritage listed, not having looked at it. So it's hard. I'm not saying I don't want to support it, but I'd rather be able to have a look at the building myself because I have had a look at other buildings and have supported other councillors in that area, in that Randwick City area in the past. But it'll be much better if we can not have this as urgent business and have it on the actual business paper.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Just a quick question. Has there already been an assessment, heritage assessment done on this property? If we could send that through to the relevant officer.
Through to the Acting Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it has been assessed in 2 heritage assessment reports and found not to have significance at the time of those particular reports.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, Councillor Booth? No. There being no further speakers, Councillor Olive, to close the debate.
Yes, I think that the thing is here that my understanding was that the number 3 was assessed as a single building, not as as part of a cluster of interwar buildings on what was the Berwick estate. And I think that that adds a different dimension and something that should be assessed by council officers in a preliminary heritage assessment.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, and sorry, there is a question from Councillor.
Sorry, just a question to the mover. Do you think it would be relevant to add the Berwick estate in the motion?
Sorry?
I'm just asking a question to the mover. Is it possible to do that, or is it too late?
Look, my view is having the debate having concluded, it would be unfair to then have the mover change the motion which they're moving at that point.
No, sorry, it was just a clarification.
A point of clarification I think is fine,
yes.
But as it relates to changing the motion.
No, not changing the motion at all, but just to add it in the third point, and a bit follows on to the issue that was raised by Councillor Burst in the question that had been discussed before. So just add in the preliminary is suggestive having local heritage significance as part of the Berwick estate, then an interim, and as part of, or maybe I'm just getting a bit too technical, sorry.
My recommendation would be to leave it as is in light of the fact that the debate has now concluded. Just I understand the sentiment, it's the line ball, but rather the fact that it is now concluded, we'll now move to the division on the matter. Councillors, before I actually call the division, I'll just draw your attention to what we have in front of us. It has actually been brought to my attention, and I actually think it's right, that with the advent of the pandemic and the move to online voting, there was actually a change in the practice where Randwick Council, how we conducted our divisions. And what happened was that we, with fully online meetings, we went around the horseshoe and voted in sequence. Up until the pandemic, that was actually never the practice of Randwick. And I have since sought clarification as to how that was the case, including through to the General Manager, and how I propose to conduct this division is to call for all those in favour to raise their hand. Ms Hartshorn will then run down all those voting in favour with the councillors to lower their hand when called. We will then go to all those against, and you'll raise your hand, and then we'll go down the sequence for all those who are against. Thank you,
Question then,
Councillor
Mr Mayor.
Nielsen.
Are the names recorded for posterity?
In the minutes?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
On a planning matter, they would have to be recorded, yes,
Okay.
and because it is a division, yes. Thank you. All right. Councillors, I will now call for a division. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Can we now run through? Councillor Hamilton. Yep. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Luxford. I have Councillor Chappell, Councillor Olive, Councillor Hay, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, and Councillor D'Souza. Okay, and the Mayor is for. Okay, all those against, raise your hand. I have Councillor Rosenfeld and Councillor Burst. I declare the motion lost. Sorry, motion carried. Thank you very much. Just to confuse you all, just to make it extra fun. Change it up and then do that. Thank you very much. Councillors, before we move to inseriatum, I have had a request for a short toilet break, so what I will do is we will have a short 5-minute break and we will return at 9:03 p.m. Thank you. Can I just confirm that Councillor Chappell is still on the line? Thank you. We will now move into in seriatim for the remainder of the agenda items. Please call out if there are any items which you wish to challenge. Councillor Chappell, I'll need you to call out because I can't see you, so I won't see a hand out up. Okay. GM 15/22 Quarterly Progress Report, June 2022. Challenged by Councillor Luxford. GM 16/22 Public Comment to the Media Policy. Challenged by Councillor Nielsen. GM 17/22 Street Banner Policy Update 2022. Challenged by Councillor Veach. GM 18/22 Community Engagement Strategy. Challenged by Councillor Veach. GM 19/22 Organisation Structure Review. Unchallenged. GM 20/22 The Use of Stalls at Council Events. Challenged by Councillor Said. CP 52/22 Coogee Carroll's 2022 update. Challenged by Councillor Nielsen. CP 53/22 the Coogee Rainbow and World Pride. Challenged by Councillor D'Souza. CP 54/22 Draft Coastal Design Guide Submission. Unchallenged. That is challenged by Councillor Nielsen. Councillors, could you please call out as I'm looking down and reading? I won't see your hand. CP 55/22 391 to 397A Anzac Parade 17 Bunnerong Road, Kingsford. As that is a planning panel 1, challenged by Councillor Olive. CP 56/22 Activate Office Space at the Bowen Library for Arts and Cultural Residences. Unchallenged. Okay, CS 43/22 Community Language Collection at Council Libraries. Unchallenged. CS 44/22 Clovelly Road and Carrington Road intersection proposed pocket park.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's challenged by Councillor Nielsen. Thank you. Councillors, could you please put on your microphones if you want to challenge them, if possible? So I do accept that they don't sometimes work when you have multiple. CS 45/22 Malabar Memorial Hall, result of community consultation and project current financial position. Unchallenged. CS 46/22 Cycleways and Bicycle Facilities Advisory Committee. Unchallenged. CS 47/22 Neptune Reserve Outdoor Gym Monitoring of Outcomes. Unchallenged. CS 48/22 challenged by Councillor Luxford. Director of Corporate Services reports CO 38/22 Councillors Expenses and Facilities Policy Carers Expenses. Challenged Councillor Hamilton. CO 39/22 Draft 2021-22 Financial Statements. Unchallenged. CO 40/22 21-22 Budget Carryover. Unchallenged. CO 41/22 Investment Report. Unchallenged. CO 42/22 Monthly Financial Report as at 31 August 2022. Unchallenged. CO 43/22 Rescheduling the October Council Meeting. Unchallenged. There is the late CO 46/22 Council Representation on Outside Committees. Unchallenged. I don't believe it requires any nominations. be extended? Not quite. Thank you. Do I have a mover of the unchallenged items? Moved Councillor Rosenfeld, seconded Councillor Said. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare those carried. Thank you very much. We now move to the first challenged item, GM 15/22 Quarterly Progress Report, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford, could you please outline what it is that you are moving, and then I will call for a seconder.
Yeah, I'd like to move the business paper as per the recommendation here today.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Burst. Okay, Councillor Luxford, you have the floor.
It's just something very minor, Mr. Mayor, but the current format that was printed in our paper was very difficult to read. Normally this would be printed horizontally, and we're able to read it a little bit better. So it's just a heads up or something. Can we maybe put it back the way it was? It's just easier for us when we have our paper with us. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Burst is the seconder.
To know that we're almost at 90% complete or on track is a great performance, I think. In most businesses, private businesses in Australia, would be happy with that sort of progress. So we just need to make sure we keep up the good work, and work on those oranges and reds and get them moving along. But I think it's a great target so far, and I think it's a great progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Luxford, I assume you don't need to close the debate? Okay, thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move on to GM 16/22, public comment to the media policy, moved by Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Nielsen, could you please outline what it is you are moving to the council? I will then call for a seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. I've sent what I'm proposing to move to the officers, so it should be on your screens there now. Basically, everything remains the same except that under point 2, where the current proposal is with the prior approval of the General Manager, all manager communications. I am proposing to delete manager communications. So point 2 would read, Council directors, managers and specialist staff may comment or provide information on matters of fact and other matters not involving opinion, interpretation of council policy or making predictions as to future council actions only with the prior approval of the General Manager. And I would be also happy to add the next sentence following on from that, if necessary to improve timeliness, that the General Manager ensures that appropriate arrangements are made to ensure that a prompt and timely response can be made by the Manager Communications. I just think that the problem that we face with giving so much importance to the Manager Communications is that, for example, at the present time, we actually, with all the structural changes as well, that's another thing that we need to be pertinent to. But at present time, we don't have an experienced head of the communications business unit. That's no reflection on the current head, but the communications head is not a communications specialist, and this situation might arise again. So therefore, I cannot support this change. Therefore, I'm basically saying that we stay with the present arrangements. That's why I'm not supporting the recommendation as it's going to us at this stage.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Said. Thank you. Okay. I'm assuming that you're now seeking to move. What I'll do is go to Councillor Said. Anything you want to say? Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've also got an amendment I would like to see if the mover and seconder would accept, which is on page 44 of the business papers. under the policy statement to actually delete point 3. The reason being for this is that I feel it's redundant. Point 1 already states that the Mayor shall at all times be the official spokesperson for the council, and that the General Manager and so on will also speak on matters of policy or operation. Where councillors are giving comments to the media, it is occasionally, or probably more likely, they're being sought for comment where they may disagree with a council resolution, and that's fine. So that provides the context. By the time there has been a council resolution, that is already a matter of public record. Any journalist or media outlet is able to, they are obviously aware that this has been the subject of debate at council. They have probably seen the business papers, seen the minutes, or attended or listened to the meeting. The matter is already a matter of public record. We have the policy which states that the Mayor is the spokesperson. The idea of having to actually outline the decision in its full context and where necessary supply a summary of the reasons given and so on. A journalist is never going to print that. A councillor has no ability to ensure that this is included in a report via a news outlet. They've got no way of proving, if they're called on the phone for a comment, that they've done this. So it's an extremely, I think it's a stretch beyond what's required and impossible to enforce. And so I don't see the point of having something here as part of a policy that is literally unenforceable and somewhat redundant. So I would just ask the mover and seconder to consider that.
Thank you. The mover of the motion, do you accept the amendment?
No, although I empathise with the sentiments, and I guess I take heart from the the last sentence of point 3, where it says it will be accepted that the spirit of this clause has been addressed if the council takes appropriate steps to ensure that the recipient of the media information is aware of the full resolution of council. I take the points that Councillor Veitch is making, because often when one does not agree with the, I remember full well when we were supposedly supporting amalgamation, what a wonderful time some of us had then. Thankfully we were proven right, but it can be very difficult. So long and the short of it, no, I think I'm happy to stick with point 3, but I do acknowledge the points that are being put forward. So perhaps we could reconsider this. Perhaps we could actually put another clause in that this policy be reconsidered in 12 months' time. So would seconder be happy with that, if we put in that this policy be reconsidered in 12 months' time as point 4, and then that way, if in fact there is a need to make the change that Councillor Veitch has put forward, we will have had time to fully consider that. So I'm putting that forward as point 4, and Councillor said, are you okay with that? Yep.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Veitch, do you still wish to move your amendment? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Veitch no longer does. I have a hand up from Councillor Chappell on the substantive debate. Councillor Chappell, then I'll go to Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick question through to the relevant officer. I'd be really interested to know how a councillor might satisfy that requirement if speaking to the media. What are some examples of steps that would be considered just necessary and appropriate? Just give us the guidance we might need here.
Through to the General Manager.
Through Mr Mayor, I believe point 3 in the policy is merely to ensure councillors are reminded that, as per our code of conduct, that decisions of council shouldn't be misrepresented. There have been occasions at councils, not necessarily Randwick, but across New South Wales, where simply by the omission of some of the information, comments to the media can be misleading. On other occasions, there's been additional information that may not have necessarily been part of the decision making that has been provided, that has on a whole resulted in misleading comments to the media, and therefore a poor projection of council's decision making process. So they're just a couple of general examples.
So can I seek a further point of clarification, please?
Councillor Chapel.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. For example, would it be sufficient for a person to say to the journalist, the complete resolution is on the council's website, for instance?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I guess it depends on the context of what the comment is that the council law has made in relation to the matter. It's probably very difficult to make specific reference without an example, and rather it'd probably be something that would be dealt with based on complaints that have been passed forward, much like we do with code of conduct. You know, I guess that relies upon the journalist to go and have a look at the resolution, which might be fine, but once again, then it goes back to what information the individual councillor has also provided as a media comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I've got a question for the relevant, through the matter, the relevant officer. With regards to removing the manager of communications from being able to make a comment without the general manager's approval, I'd just like to move a little bit further into the business paper to GM 19, page 86 and 87. In the bottom left corner of page 86, the Department of Communications reports directly to the general manager. And at the bottom right, at the very last item on page 87, the communications portfolio would come under the Director of Community and Culture. Would this result in, if we were to move this solution, would this negatively impact the newly proposed structure? Relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, the new structure won't have any bearing on this policy. By the nature of their position, the Manager of Communications would still deal directly with the General Manager and the Mayor.
Councillor Veach.
Just a follow-up question following on from Councillor Chappell's. Councillor Chappell asked if it would be sufficient to provide a journalist with a link to the business papers, and the General Manager noted that it just depended on the context. I guess that then comes to the fact, are we expected to then somehow represent the debate? Because I can't see, if it's not on the business papers, are we then expected to say, councillor such and such held this position, councillor such and such held another position? I actually think we should not be required to do anything further than provide a link to the business papers and minutes, because it would be very easy, particularly in a robust debate where there's many people speaking, there's questions, to actually misrepresent someone's position and get into an even worse situation. I don't think any councillor here would like to be quoted directly or inferred that they said something. It could have been misinterpreted. So could we clarify, in fact, that we are not required to do that, and that all we need to do is provide a link, or at least say, please go to see the business papers and the minutes, because I don't think any councillor here could be expected to do that.
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, once again, the spirit of this clause is really in relation to ensuring the proper representation of the council decision. As a councillor, if you feel that that together with the context of your comments are linked to the full resolution of council is sufficient, then that's what you would put forward. But once again, it really depends on the context of the comment in relation to whether it's misleading or not. At Randwick, I will say this is something that's been in the past policy, and to date we haven't had any issues with this particular clause.
Sorry, just a follow-up question, if I may, Mr Mayor. It actually says here, supply a summary of the reasons given by council for that decision. The reasons, we can't actually go beyond without actually referring to what we believe, to our best of our recollection, different councillors said. We can't really refer, it's either the business paper, it's either the minutes, or just using our recollection to try and remember what people said during the debate. It's one or the other.
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think it's a matter for council as to whether the paragraph remains in the policy. I think that the spirit of it, as I've mentioned, is just to ensure that that the journalist is aware of the decision making, the resolution, and I would suggest probably the report or the recording of the council decision making process.
Thank you. There being no further speakers on the matter, Councillor Nielsen to close the debate.
Yes, just closing the debate, just to make sure that everybody realises that the policy statement point 1 remains the same, so it's only point 2 that's changing, and so when we read it, it's, as I said in the motion there, that we're deleting the all manager communications. So I think it's fairly clear to everybody, so I hope everybody supports what's being put forward tonight.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We now move to GM 17/22 Street Banner Policy Update, moved by Councillor Veach. Before Councillor Veach, you jump up, councillors, I'd just like to remind you that it's 9:34 and we have quite a large business paper to get through, so I would like to remind everyone to keep their comments as brief and to the point as possible. Councillor Veach, if you could please outline to the meeting what it is that you're moving, and then I will call for a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to keep the comments brief. I don't think that's quite my... Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, it's just that I would be very supportive of some additional banners in Kingsford and Kensington. We currently have 3. There's a proposal for a further 10, making it only 13. I'm sure there are other locations in Kingsford and Kensington where we could place banners. And we already have banners for Mardi Gras, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week. And we recently, earlier this year, we had for a short period of time, I know it was late notice, so I really appreciated having banners up for a week or so for International Women's Day. So it would be good to have that sort of a little bit more set, I suppose, and no banner. So a report on A to D, and then just no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco or fossil fuels.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? I'm assuming seconded by Councillor Olive. Okay, so each. Okay, Olive. Okay, Councillor Olive is the seconder, and I have a foreshadowed amendment from Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Luxford. The seconder.
I reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hamilton.
I foreshadow that if this motion does not proceed, that we move ahead with the recommendation on the business paper. If I don't have a problem with A, B, C or D, but I definitely have a problem with E. So that's the main concern that I have.
You have a question? Yep.
Are we able to vote on point E first and then A to D separately?
We can, however...
As a block? A to D as a block?
Okay, we can. However, I think Councillor Luxford has a resolution to this matter. Councillor Luxford, could you please... I understand you're moving an amendment?
So I too have an amendment, Mr Mayor, and my amendment is that that a report be prepared outlining flying banners concerning the following topics: Mardi Gras, IWD, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week. And in addition to that, everything except for F.
So thank you. So to
I mean E, sorry.
So to just so I can
These are back. Sorry,
confirm,
I've got them upside down.
Okay, just so I can confirm, the text in green removes all other text.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So B to E are no longer required under the amendment because it's covered in above, so they can be deleted. Okay, sorry, we've just got some technical issues.
Sorry, I'm upside down. B, C, D, E. Yeah.
I understand that. However, when you have an amendment, it takes precedence over the motion. And it's being seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Okay, so what I will do is I will move to the debate on the amendment once everyone has what's actually in front of us up. So A to D, go. We will, but we'll get to that point, but I'll have everything up in front. Okay, so the amendment is accepted. So what is accepted, just so I can clarify, is the text that a report will be prepared outlining flying of banners concerning the following topics: Mardi Gras, IWD, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week. That is the end of the amendment. Can I confirm, Councillor Veitch, that you accept that text and it subsumes all other words? Okay, thank you. Councillor Veitch, now we return back to the motion, which is just that sentence, that a report be prepared outlining flying of banners concerning the following topics: Mardi Gras, IWD, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week. Are there any speakers on the new motion? No, so A to E.
Mr Mayor?
Yes.
So, I mean, that's basically what I said. I said I'd like to put forward... Sorry?
No, yes, except for the fact that you foreshadowed whether or not Councillor Veitch's... If Councillor Veitch's motion, which was originally A to E, was unsuccessful, okay, you would move something to that effect.
Okay, and so then I could have just put it forward as an amendment. But
you could have, but that's not actually what you did.
No.
At which point, Councillor Luxford moves the amendment and it was accepted by Councillor Veitch. Correct. That is why I have clarified that multiple times, that a report be prepared outlining the flying of banners concerning the following topics: Mardi Gras, IWD, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week. Correct. Councillor Veitch, because there is confusion, I'm just confirming once again that that is what you accept. Yes. Thank you very much. We now return to the debate on the motion.
Can I speak now on the...
It's no longer required. Correct. So we now return to the debate on the motion which reads that a report be prepared outlining the flying of banners concerning the following topics of Mardi Gras, IWD, reconciliation and NAIDOC Week. Point E is no longer in the motion. This is very clear. Okay. E is not on the screen. To clarify, once again, I said the word that a report be prepared outlining the flying of banners concerning the following topics of Mardi Gras, IWD, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC, and to delete all other words. You can explain what Councillor said, but you are incorrect.
I'm not, because Councillor Luxford did A to D in exactly the same form as it is now, without E. And when Councillor Veach accepted the amendment, she accepted everything except E. Am I right? So it sits as it is. That's the amendment. Is A to D is the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor said. I can only repeat it so many times. It subsumes all other words, including E. E is deleted, and I have clarified that multiple times. The only text which is there is the word of the amendment. I understand that because there is an issue with the screen. Do I actually, I can wait until it's clarified, but it's crystal clear. Thank you. All done. Councillors, we now have a motion in front of us, moved, Councillor Veach, Olive, that a report prepared outlining the flying of banners concerning the following topics of Mardi Gras, IWD, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week. There are no other words. Councillor Veach, for the benefit of the meeting and for everyone listening, can I confirm that there are no other words? Thank you. Councillor Olive.
As the seconder, I'm not happy with removing part E.
Okay,
So.
Thank you. Is there now a new seconder for the motion?
I'd like to, yeah, okay. Well, I will move an amendment to reintroduce part E to that amendment up there.
Councillor Veach. Councillor Olive has moved to reintroduce point E. Okay, Councillor Veach has now done that. Can I confirm that it is still the intention now of Councillor Hamilton that in the event that this fails to move the recommendation on the business paper? Because the motion in front of us has changed.
So what? So what I wanted to do was, and I said it, was to leave in A, B, C, D, just to remove E. That was it. And so instead of moving to that, you move straight to somebody else with an amendment. And now we've gone around in circles and we have this, and now coming back to me, but this basically is what I was suggesting in my amendment, proposed amendment, if E and if Philippa's motion was overruled.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. I maintain the way it was managed as the practice of Randwick, because you foreshadowed it in the event that we're there. Can I just confirm that Councillor Veach, that what you are now moving contains the word that a report prepared outlining the flying of banners concerning the following topics of Mardi Gras, IWD, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week, and that you have now included, on the suggestion of Councillor Olive, the language no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco and fossil fuels.
Yes, I'll accept it. However, I would like the two area points debated separately. So can we please vote on the second one, if this is acceptable to Councillor Olive? Can we split them, which is what I requested in the first instance, and hopefully that's also acceptable to the other councillors. We can vote on the banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling and so on. Vote on that, see how that goes, and then we vote on the other one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton.
When you just asked me if I wanted to still go ahead with my foreshadow amendment, that line wasn't on the screen. So now the line's on the screen, then yes, I would go ahead with a foreshadow amendment to remove that line.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Hamilton, you're now moving an amendment
Yes, I am.
to move to delete the line no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco and fossil fuels.
Correct.
Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to talk to your amendment?
I reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rosenfeld.
I was just going to say, it says Luxford there, so it should be Rosenfeld.
I believe that has been picked up. They're just working through it.
That's all I have to say.
Before I move on, thank you, I'll just get that clarified for us. Thank you very much. Is there any debate on the amendment? There being no debate on the amendment, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I think we're all getting a little bit confused here.
No, clearly.
Exactly, it's all our fault, obviously. However, I'm sure that I'm speaking on behalf of the other members of the Horseshoe, that we assumed we were voting on the amendment that was put, I thought, very succinctly by Councillor Hamilton, that we do not support the point there, no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco or fossil fuels. That was the amendment that she was putting forward that we vote on. I personally don't support it. I'm happy for it to be there. However, the amendment that Councillor Hamilton put forward is simply to remove that point. The point, no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco or fossil fuels. That is what we are supposed to be voting on according to what I understood, and I think everybody here would agree with me, that that's what perhaps Councillor Hamilton can reassert.
The most respectful, calm and measured tone. That is exactly what the amendment says. That a report be prepared outlining concerning the following topics of Mardi Gras, IWD, reconciliation and NAIDOC week. It deletes the line, no banner hire promoting gambling, horse racing, alcohol, tobacco, fossil fuels. So, councillors, in front of us we have an amendment. The intention of the amendment is to delete the line, no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco or fossil fuels. Can I please, for the benefit of the meeting...
Shadow an amendment, please.
Thank you very much. I will move to you after that. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, can I please confirm, for the benefit of the meeting, that the intention is to delete the line, no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco or fossil fuels?
Correct.
Thank you very much. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against?
No.
I declare that carried. Thank you very much. The amendment now becomes the motion. You are now the mover of the motion. Councillor Veitch has foreshadowed an amendment to the new motion. Can you please outline what that is?
That there is no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco or fossil fuels.
It really is a direct negative. We've just dealt with that.
In your opinion,
you haven't voted on it.
Put it, Mr Mayor, put it, go on, put it.
Before we do that, what I will do is to seek some clarification from the General Manager, because, and I accept that there may be frustration around that, but considering that there is clearly a range of disputes as to what is occurring and what we're actually voting for, I think the best remedy for that is time. Are you fine?
Excuse me, that is not the wording. We've already accepted, yes, I will, to the original motion.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Councillor Veach, could you please just repeat what it is that you're moving? Just for the benefit? Because it's what you say, it's not what's actually on the screen.
Yeah, the original motion, but the full wording, just cut and paste it.
Your amendment is to reinsert all words, receive a report on A, additional banners in Kingsford and Kensington, B, banners celebrating Mardi Gras for 2 weeks, C, banners celebrating International Women's Day UN theme for 2 weeks, E, banners celebrating Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week for 2 to 4 weeks each, and F, no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco or fossil fuels. Okay, thank you. All those in favour of Councillor Veach's amendment?
Aye.
All those against? I declare that. Okay, there's been a call for a division. Okay.
Councillor Veach and Councillor Luxford, if we vote on the actual amendment that you were telling us we're voting on, it disregards point 8 that both Councillor Luxford and Councillor Veach, that banners in Kingsford and Kensington. It doesn't exist in the new amendment. No, but it doesn't.
Councillor said that may be a reasonable suggestion during the debate, but it is not relevant to what is actually in front of us. Okay, thank you. Councillor Veach has moved an amendment to reinsert all words, additional banners in Kensington and Kingsford, banners celebrating Mardi Gras, banners celebrating International IWD, E, celebrating Reconciliation Week, and the inclusion of no banner hire promoting horse racing, gambling, alcohol, tobacco, and fossil fuels. We'll now go to a division. All those in favour of the amendment, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Councillor Pandolfini, Nielsen, Veach, Olive, and Chappell. Thank you. All those against? We have Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, McCafferty, Wilson, Said, Burst and D'Souza, and the Mayor is against. I declare the amendment lost. We now return to the debate on the motion now moved by Councillor Hamilton. Are there any other speakers on the motion?
Got it.
Okay, there's been a move to now put it. What I will do is, before I go to a vote, and I think you've very helpfully highlighted what it is that we have in front of us, what I might suggest, just for absolute clarity, now I will read it. The motion is that a report be prepared outlining the flying of banners concerning the following topics of Mardi Gras, International Women's Day, Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week. All those in favour? All those against? I declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. We now go to the next item of business, GM 18/22 Community Engagement Strategy. Councillor Veach, could you please outline what it is that you are moving?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a brief amendment which I've sent through. which is essentially to endorse the plan as it is, but just include a table comparing the existing community participation plan with the proposed strategy in the draft for exhibition. It's simply so members of the public who are looking to comment on this can actually see if there have been any changes, particularly in relation to exhibitions periods for DAs and so on. I don't think there have been that many changes to those, but I think that will be a useful point for people. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Are there any speakers on the matter? There being no further speakers, I'm assuming that Councillor Vetch, you don't require to close the debate? No, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. Thank you very much. GM 20/22, the use of stalls at council events, moved Councillor Said.
Actually, I move as per recommendation in the business paper, but I ask if we can take out C. Sorry, I don't know if you have that. You'll have just come up with that. So, while I speak on it, and councillors, you can just look at the business paper. C recommends having let's chats at council events. I don't think these should, we used to do these in the past. They were a very good information night for the community when councillors were invited to come along, meet and greet with the residents, but it was more of if there was any big issues in the area, the Let's Chat was council officers explaining what was happening. They were very successful, and if we go back to that format where it's more of an information evening for people that within the community that just need to know exactly if there's anything controversial, and councillors are happy to attend. With the rest of the recommendations, it's unfortunate that the stall was allowed to happen, but as I understand, it wasn't through our events team who have never allowed this to happen in the past. There is an issue if councillors do man a council event, and as has happened in the past, some councillors do make comments on social media that is derogatory to the integrity of some of the councillors. So this could be happening at an actual council-run event. So I don't think councillors should be, if you do want to attend an event, which for most of us do, you can put your badge on and talk to the people in the crowd and discuss with them any topic they like, but you should not be doing it as a political party, or even as, not even just a political party. I don't think I have an issue with if David Shoebridge was there doing it, but I do have an issue with councillors themselves doing it, because we do not, as it says in the in the public comment, mayors, deputy mayors have to follow the council resolutions and spruik the council, not go against what they've decided on.
Thank you. Can I just confirm the seconder of the motion? Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, then I'll go to Councillor Luxford with a question. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and well done, Councillor Said, for removing that point C. I agree with it. I agree with this points A and B. I was disappointed to see that there was a political stall at a public event, a community event. It's just something that we all don't want to see. People that are heading out to enjoy a community event with their family, they don't want to be imposed upon by a political party. And it doesn't matter that the event was an environmental event, because if we, the Liberals, decided to turn up at any event at all, it would be looked on really unfavourably. So while there are a lot of people that would be pleased to see a political stall, that's because they're probably leaning in that particular political persuasion. Everyone else who didn't vote for them, wants to just enjoy themselves and not be pursued on any political angle, did not enjoy it. And so it was really distasteful to see that. The other thing that I think that what all political parties don't understand, no one likes to be preached to, then people, the community know what that whole event is about. It's about the environment, the garden parts, the education sessions, the little gorgeous little area for the kiddies to go and water plants and pretend that they're cooking food. All of that plays a really big part in educating the children in a fun and positive way. The whole day was spectacular. The weather turned out perfect for everyone. All the trinkets and everything made from recycled glass and all that kind of thing. All of that sends the message. We don't need a second message. We don't need to be educated and be treated like we are ignorant. That's the general public's view, is that the Greens have set up a stall so that they can teach them more about environmental impacts. And that's just not necessary. And it just smacks in the face of educated people in our area, and the fact that they're all there because they do care about the environment and they do want to be a part of knowledge, awareness and teaching their children. So let's keep the political parties out of our community events for now and beyond, and that way I believe the rest of the community will be very, very happy with us.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I agree with what's been said already. Historically, events at Randwick have been apolitical, and we've never had this sort of thing before. No one party has the monopoly on the environment or anything green or whatever. We're all in the fight, I believe, together to make a better future. I have a question as to why this stall was allowed to proceed when historically it's never happened before, and that the rest of the parties, you know, found out at 5 minutes to midnight that maybe they could have a stall, and I think we did the appropriate thing by not making it political and not having stalls of any kind. So I really want to know who allowed this to happen and why.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford. Through to the relevant officer.
Through Mr Mayor, the staff managing the Eco Living Festival accepted the application.
So was he not told that this is, you know, he should not accept the application? You know, historically, as we've said, it's never happened before. It's never happened in any time that I've been involved with this council, you know, as a resident, as my dad being on council for 20 years, and all of a sudden, one party was allowed to have a stall because of incompetence, perhaps? I'm not sure.
I won't include that last comment, but I will throw to the relevant
Through
officer.
Mr Mayor, I do think it's inappropriate to talk about staffing matters within a council meeting, only to say that there was an acceptance. It was only brought to my attention late on the Wednesday afternoon. I did try and resolve the issue to no avail, and hence why we have a report, so that we can get some confirmation on the position from council.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Olive, then I will go to Councillor D'Souza.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the relevant officer, did any of the relevant officers actually contact the person who applied to have a stall, that is the convener of the Greens, and tell them that their application was denied? I mean, even now, has that person been contacted?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I would have to ask the relevant staff that. I think it goes to the point of managing conflicts where there had been dialogue, obviously through application from the applicant, but also through councillors to staff members who were therefore confused as to who they were dealing on behalf of. And I'll have to get back to you on the applicant side of things.
Councillor Olive, it looks like you're gesturing for a follow-up or to make a comment. Councillor Olive.
Just that, you know, sort of, I have it from the other side to say that there has been no contact made, and I thought that would be the appropriate person. You know, I feel that this is a problem of the approval process rather than any other particular issue. And if council decides that parties are not allowed to participate in eco-festivals, which I find a shame because it's been so integral into how policy is set and the influence on the environment. But that put aside, so be it. But this is all about the process. And I think it says this in the at the beginning where it says the store was accepted by council in the executive summary by council staff unaware of council practices, and that's where any issue, if there's an issue, lies. Not, I mean, I know the Greens have been bandied about, but it has nothing to do with the Greens at all. It's about the approval process, and that's where the matter ends. If we want to have criteria and delegate this to the general manager, or delegate this the criteria to the general manager, and the general manager decide on the particular criteria, where we exclude.
I've received a point of order from Councillor Hamilton. Could you please outline your point of order? Councillor Olive,
my point of order is that I feel as though Councillor Olive he's more politely, but almost the same accusation that Councillor Luxford said. So he's pointing out that it's the council staff. It's like saying, I stole the car, but the person left the keys in the ignition. You know, where's the taking the responsibility
Point of order
for themselves?
Okay. Hold on, thank you. I have a point of order in front of me, which was from Councillor Hamilton. I don't believe that is a point of order. I will now hear other points of order, but it needs to relate to the Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor Veitch.
Councillor Hamilton really stepped over the line there. So I would like her to take that back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chappell, I believe you have a point of order?
It's okay.
No, okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Olive, please continue.
Yeah. So yes, it's fine if council decides that no political parties should have stalls, that no groups, candidates. If that's the rule, and the general manager can set the criteria accordingly, and then make that available to everyone so that everyone knows that. But I would just be careful about saying councillors. If we're talking about councillors being part of Friends of Malabar, for example, or councillors being part of cultural groups and wanting stalls in cultural events, or the case where we have no more incinerators, where we've decided that there's going to be a stall, that's some sort of, that there should be a stall in some kind of situation there. I believe that was a case in the past where council decided that they would have a stall, that's some kind of political activity. Would that be something that we could not do now? I would just be careful of putting that blanket consideration for councillors there.
I've just had a query. Can I just confirm, was that a question or a remark?
Sorry, that was a comment. That was my comment, really.
Totally fine. I got past the question and just threw it to the chair. Thank you very much. Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see anything wrong with what the Greens did. I know it sounds to others, and maybe it's jealousy or envy, but they actually fulfilled a contract which they have with the environment. And the show, or the eco-fair, is all about sustainability and decreasing our carbon footprint and finding ways to protect our planet. And in saying that, look, what they did may not be what protocol or, all that, but the fact is, it is their beliefs, and like anyone else of good intent and good faith, they express their views. Now, I don't believe that it should keep occurring, but I don't think they've done it in a contemptuous way, or someone talked about, I think about our staff, which really hurt me as well, about incompetence, except this isn't about incompetence. This is about the environment. And any stall by anybody which aims to protect our environment, especially when we talk about the precautionary principle, those of us that know environmental law, these are good people that expressed a view. And I don't see anything wrong in what they did. I think that sometimes people's beliefs are so strong, they'll do anything they can to push it forward. And anyway, I believe that it shouldn't occur again, but they shouldn't be wrapped on the knuckles. They should just be told this is maybe inappropriate and it shouldn't occur. And we should leave it at that, and the debate should close and we should move on.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say this has been a really interesting process. Our local group convener put in, after a discussion at our local branch meeting, we decided we'd put in an application. Not one of us was aware that this had been a practice, and neither obviously did many of the staff. Our application was accepted. We paid the full commercial rate, $400 I believe, for the hire of the stall. We never requested a volunteer stall. I really would ask that you'd listen to this, because a lot of pretty serious things have been levelled at what is essentially a group of members. You may choose to launch an attack on elected councillors, but I don't believe it's appropriate to do that to branch members of a local group, which is essentially what is happening here tonight and is what is implied in this report. Our application and payment were accepted 2 business days before the Eco Living Festival, and gee, it's not a bombshell that the Greens might apply for a stall at the Eco Living Fair, as some people seem to be completely taken aback by this. We received a phone call to withdraw the stall because it had not been the practice. We have a policy for everything on council, a policy or a council resolution. We requested the policy, we requested the council resolution, and there was none. And on that basis, given the very short time period, we decided to not withdraw our stall because a lot of effort had been put into doing it. We kept our stall very general. We had kids' activities and so on. It was pretty low-key, in all honesty. I would like to add that all of this has only come about because of obviously members of other political parties launched a complaint. This is what has led to this, because actually there's no basis.
I will hear the point of order, but I request that it is... Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Veitch has just accused us of basically political slander in this debate, and now she is beginning to do the exact same. It's moving away, I believe, from the motion itself if we continue with the backwards and forwards banter and accusing each other of things.
On the point of order, what I will suggest is, look, I actually think Councillor Veitch is being relevant to the motion, but what I would recommend is that for councillors that they keep their remarks prospectively to the matter at hand rather than going back over it. But I think Councillor Veitch is being relevant to the motion.
And may I say that I'm responding to all sorts of accusations, and I have a right of reply to those.
Sorry, hold on.
This has not been brought about by any of the other councillors.
Councillor Veitch, I apologise for interrupting. I do have further points of order. I will hear the points of order and then rule on them. I will start firstly with Councillor Said. No?
Mr Mayor, it's not really a point of order, but I was going to say,
if it's not,
allow Councillor Veach to finish, and then I'm putting it as mover. I'd like to put it. We've had 2 for, 2 against.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's not a point of order, but I understand that's what you want to do. Councillor Burst, as a point of order.
I'd like you to withdraw that statement. I was notified at 1:47 on Thursday afternoon. Do you want to put a stall up? Do you want to put a stall up?
Look, it's not really a point of order again. Councillor Veach...
I've got a sore throat. I'm sorry,
okay.
Councillor Pandolfini.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Veach, in light of the feedback, please continue your remarks, just noting keeping it relevant to the motion in front of us, where possible. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I think it is a little bit unfair that we have listened here respectfully to all of the comments, none of which actually related to this. They all related to the Greens, to our stall. They didn't relate to this, and now people are calling out points of order, and I think it's appropriate that we have a right of reply if it's done in a respectful manner. Now, we are happy to support the motion as amended by Councillor Said. However, I would say that if we are going to stick to the line on this, we did not break any council resolution, any policy. There was no policy. And you may think everyone knew about it. Clearly, they did not. We put in our application in good faith, and the council officers who accepted our application did so as well. It is actually quite unfair to impugn the reputation of other councillors, local branch members of a political party and council staff on this. You didn't ask why this had happened at the time or accept that. If we are going to go down this path, then, you know, we have many instances in recent elections of, excuse me.
Look, I have to hear the point of order. I understand the frustration, but I have to hear it. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Veach is deviating away from the debate and bringing up council elections and what happened.
Okay, look.
Can we make this stop?
Councillor Veach, I rule there's no point of order. Councillor Veach, please continue.
I am. What I would like to say is if we accept this, and I'm happy to vote for it, but councillors and political parties will have to accept that this applies, similar things will apply in other instances where things have been overlooked. So we have numerous examples where core flutes and political material have been affixed to council property during recent elections, all up and down Anzac Parade, all over the Kensington Community Centre, all through Kensington Park. Council property, no one, certainly we never put in a complaint. We also have instances, for example, of members of a political party, sitting councillors, sitting MPs and former councillors presenting talks at the local library. Now, this was never something that other councillors were invited to do. I mean, it is pretty extraordinary that an MP is invited to give a talk at a library. Why are not, and it's nothing, you know, about a family history.
Sorry.
So this has to be applied evenly. And the use of council property, which is what this debate is about. There's an implication that we have somehow taken advantage of a council event to promote ourselves, whereas we paid the rate, and that is what is in the Code of Conduct. We didn't get an advantage, we paid the advertised rate, there was no policy against it. However, the Code of Conduct clearly states that you cannot use council facilities to promote election material. And so I would ask this rule, an existing rule that's there in the Code of Conduct, if that's where we want to go, that's where we're going to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veach has now concluded her remarks. Okay.
Put it. Second me. Someone second me putting it, please.
Thank you. Councillor said we don't need to continue to yell it. I've heard it. I heard it before. It becomes very difficult to actually put it when you yell, put it. So, I will now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you very much, councillors.
Mr. Mayor, can I move a procedural motion?
You may.
We've been having a very long, heated debate, two heated debates right now. Firstly, it might be useful to have a 5-minute break. Secondly, I'd like to ask through the Mayor to the relevant officer what items are time sensitive. I noticed that we're only about a third of the way through the main business paper, haven't touched the confidential business paper, and we've been going 3.5 hours nearly. Well, 3 hours 20. To the relevant officer, which matters are time sensitive?
I will go through to the relevant officer, as I believe she has identified them in preparation of this question from the text that you sent me earlier. So, Councillor Hay, to the General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, I believe the time-sensitive matters would be CS 48/22, NM 80/22, and the closed matters in the council report.
Can I move that we handle the two time-sensitive matters, go on a 5-minute break, and then go into the confidential meeting?
Okay, there being a procedural motion, I'll now need to put it. Is there a seconder for it? So it's Hay, seconded Hamilton. Okay. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. So to confirm, we will deal in order with CS 48/22 first, Doncaster Avenue and Ascot Street. We will then go to NM 80 second. We will then have a 5-minute break. We will then go to the confidential section, and we will then, after that, go back down the running order of the business paper. Okay. I now call for CS 48/22, moved by Councillor Luxford. Doncaster Avenue and Ascot Street, Centennial Park, and to Kingsford Cycleway.
Mr. Mayor, I move as per the recommendation of the business paper.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Is there any debate?
Can I speak on that?
Councillor Luxford.
Well. For the last however many years I've been here, and this cycleway on Doncaster Avenue has been an issue, I have been advocating, along with fellow councillors, the removal of the roundabouts on Doncaster Avenue would be a disaster. Well, what's happened now? They are a disaster, and at council cost, we are going to have to find money to fix a design flaw, or a risk that was originally identified in 2018, but nobody bothered with it. You know, we just went on and on with the bicycle track and the flawed design, which I was advocating was unsafe for all, not just cars, pedestrians and bike riders. And now, look where we're at. I have some questions to ask as to where we're going to find where is the money going to come from? So through to the relevant officer, what project will be cut in order to fund the redesign of the Doncaster and Ascot Street roundabout? And my next one would be that what faith can we have in the decision to remove the Doncaster and Day Avenue roundabout, which we kept being told nobody, you know, cyclists can't navigate, blah, 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 yet prominent cyclists are able to do it. What faith do we have that we have made the right decision to remove the roundabout at Doncaster and Day Avenue? Because I have no faith in this decision at all.
Thank you very much. Through to the relevant officer, the two questions.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can address the first question in terms of the funding allocation. So I note the recommendation, point C, that a subsequent report will be brought back to council with a revised concept design, budget and funding strategy for approval prior to moving to construction. So the funding source at this stage, as at the council meeting tonight, is not yet determined. And then in regards to the second question in regards of Doncaster and Day Avenue, whilst they both involve roundabout considerations, I note that the Doncaster and Day intersection is void of the significant egress-ingress issues of the ATC racecourse and the light rail.
Thank you.
Follow on, Mr.
There's a follow-up question.
Mr. Mayor. So we don't know where the money's going to come from. So therefore, how long will it take before this will be rectified? I mean, if we don't have the money to rectify the problem, how it's going to sit there for how long before we find the money? And in response to Day Avenue, I'm getting phone calls constantly that there have been some severe near misses of people trying to negotiate, you know, crossing over to the other side or trying to turn in any direction, and the place becoming a car park from Houston Road. So I think we have a major problem at the other end, so perhaps we should start saving our money.
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, should council choose to proceed with the recommendation of the business paper, investigation works will commence immediately. We hope to have this matter resolved in the coming months, and the costs as per the business paper are shown. Should council proceed with the recommendation, noting the capital position of council, we should be in a position to recommend a suited funding strategy in regards to the allocation of infrastructure reserves.
Thank you. I now go to the seconder of the motion, Councillor Hamilton.
Reserve my right. I think that Councillor Luxford covered all points.
Thank you. Councillor Sett.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be quick. I actually agree with Councillor Luxford. When this came to council, we argued the point that if you remove the roundabouts from Doncaster Street and Houston, which will actually be worse, that it will be Armageddon. We were sort of unfortunately ignored. We said this would happen. It's happened, and this is only the first one. So then there's going to be Day Street, there'll be Barker Street, you will not get across Houston Road when you're going across from Barker. The stop signs won't work. It just means that every intersection that we have a roundabout is going to cost us $330,000. We'll be up for millions. We have to make a decision on allocating this money virtually within weeks and months. My only issue is that we're allocating $330,000 for something that we knew was going to happen. I'm still waiting for allocation of funds for 4 years at my intersection down at Perry Street and Bonnarong Road, and actually at Anzac Parade and Franklin Street, which was voted as one of the worst, or which has been told it's one of the worst intersections in the LGA for accidents, the funding was pulled. So I just hope that that money wasn't pulled to pay for this. And it's actually, as it says on page 191, someone might have listened to us because they said the risk was originally identified in a report to council in 2018, but unfortunately, the final development of the design bike user movements were prioritised over the existing roundabout was removed. So unfortunately, we weren't listened to and it's costing us a fortune.
Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Luxford, I assume you don't wish to close the debate? No? Thank you very much.
Ask the question, when will my roundabout come back to Doncaster and Day?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, currently there's no plans in place to alter the design of that location.
Thank you very much. There being no further debate, no further questions, I will now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. In line with the procedural motion, I will now move to NM 80/22, Notice of Motion from Councillor Veitch, Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference, Survey of Bullying and Harassment in the Local Government Sector. Councillor Veitch is the mover of the motion. Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Veitch, please move your motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I hope you'll accept this. You're probably all aware of a recent parliamentary report, the Randwick report about bullying and harassment in Parliament. Unfortunately, this type of stuff happens at all levels of government. It happens in industry and at the recent, well, it was a few months ago now, Local Government Women's Association conference. There was kind of an open mic section which they have at every conference, and this motion came up because of the many women, and it was both councillors and staff actually who testified to some actually pretty horrific cases of bullying and harassment. There were elected councillors who had suffered from really serious stalking online, quite scary. And the reason this kind of got escalated is because when she reported it to the police wouldn't actually act on in this particular instance because she was an elected representative. It was a really unusual and unfortunate situation, and that person has suffered quite severe mental health issues as a result, and PTSD. So we all know this happens. It's really unfortunate. It's good to sort of call it out, and I hope you'll support this to go to conference. Thank you.
Is seconded by Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Pandolfini is the seconder of the motion. You can speak to it. I will then go to Councillor De Souza.
I reserve my right.
Thank you very much. Councillor De Souza.
Mr Mayor, bullying and harassment is unacceptable in any environment. At dinner tonight, I felt bullied and harassed by a mean-spirited councillor about things that occurred many years ago. But I was told, I said, look, let's move on. But she made it clear that she was unforgiving. Now, I don't mind. I can fight back. I often say my head is bloodied but unbowed to this person. And I'll always be like that. But there's no need to treat someone poorly. Bullying is unacceptable. I'm waiting for a chance where that person shows a wicked face and bullies me again in council, in front of you, and then I'll go to the relevant authorities. But bullying and harassment is definitely unacceptable, and I support this councillor's notice of motion.
Can you complete your remarks? Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Otherwise, I'll now put it. Councillor Veitch, I consider it you don't need to close the debate. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We're going to come back to them. We are now moving into a 5-minute break in line with the procedural motion, but I'm going to keep it to a strict 5 minutes, and then we're moving into confidential session for all those who are listening online. The meeting will reopen at 10:40 sharp.
will give you everything you need. Said you better sit down, my son, and listen carefully. Well, if you just have faith in my child, I swear you will live eternally. Kneel down on my knees, well, then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will give you everything you need. Then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will kneel down on my knees, well, then he said, give your soul to me now, and I will give you everything you need.
Okay, can I please confirm that we are now broadcasting? Thank you. The Randwick Council meeting has returned into open session at 11:28 p.m. I will now read the outcomes of the closed meeting. MM 38/22 was carried unanimously. GM 21/22 was carried unanimously. CP 57/22 was carried unanimously. CS 49, negotiation of recycled material acceptance and processing services, was carried unanimously. CS 50/22, collecting and processing of recyclables from the recycling centre, was carried unanimously. CS 51/22 was carried unanimously. CO 44/22 was carried unanimously. CO 45/22 was carried unanimously. CS 52/22 was carried. I now return to the items on the agenda, beginning with CP 52/22, Coogee Carroll's 2022 update. Can I please get an extension of the meeting time?
Procedural motion to extend for 60 minutes.
I have a procedural motion to extend for 60 minutes. Moved Burst, seconded Rosenfeld. All those in favour? All those against?
Aye.
Declare that carried.
Can I also ask a procedural motion that we have, in light of the time, 2 minutes speakers and 1 for, 1 against on each item?
Yes, so we will do, thank you. We've now moved a procedural motion to extend for 60 minutes.
Yeah.
All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Rosenfeld is now moving 1 for, 2 for, 2 against.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
2 minutes.
Okay, and 2 minutes. I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. CP 52/22, Coogee Carroll's 2022 update, challenged by Councillor Nielsen.
I've sent an amendment through to the relevant officer. I'm just concerned, as I'm sure as we all were, with the increased cost for this event. I don't want the event to stop, but what I'm suggesting is that we don't support this increase in costs, and we ask for a review of the costs and the officers to come back with a revised budget to stay closer to the current budget, and also to include the estimated costs for New Year's Eve fireworks at Coogee, because I am concerned that we're going way over in terms of our budgetary costs for these events.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen is the mover. Is there anything we wish to say to it further? Councillor Veitch is the seconder. Councillor Pandolfini. Beg your pardon? Councillor Pandolfini.
Question, comment. I do understand that it is a big jump, but I think if you read the breakdown, I was very happy to see the payment of the artists involved, which is a fantastic initiative and which I really support. So yeah, I do just want to put that out there, that it's extraordinarily important that artists are paid. Thanks.
And if I can just say that I'm totally supportive of that as well, I'm sure the seconder is too. So that's not where the concern is.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Said.
I have an addition or an amendment, or not an amendment, but if the motion, if the mover would accept it, that within that review, that we start to decide on sponsorship, because I don't think we can keep on doing this forever if it's going to keep increasing by so much. And when I say sponsorship, obviously I don't mean the usual stay away from gambling, etc., 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 but sort of clean industries, whoever wants to put money towards it. We just need to do a report where we can look at the industries we can accept. So as part of that review, can we review to accept sponsorship and who we can sponsor, and then we decide whether they're relevant or not.
I think it's too much to ask for this particular report to come back with all of that information, especially when you look at the time of year and we've got so many things happening. Can I suggest you put that forward as a separate motion for us to consider? Yeah, please.
Thank you. I have a question through to the relevant officer as it relates to the proposed motion. And it relates to, do you believe that the delay in coming back with a revised budget will have impacts on the viability of the carols and New Year's Eve fireworks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in short, yes. We basically need to make these arrangements ASAP because we don't have long to wait, and we've only got a couple of months to get everything organised.
Well then, Mr. Mayor, you're going to advise that we not put this, so can we stick with the second part of the motion there, that a report come back for the estimated costs for the New Year's Eve fireworks at Coogee? Sorry, I think the seconder has a good point, so why don't I let her make it?
I was going to suggest that given that our council officers are currently undertaking a review of our council events, that includes the costs and sponsorship.
I have had a request from the General Manager to make a comment on the proposed motion. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, councillors, it's unfortunate that in preparing for the event, which is Coogee Carols this year, that in getting costings we have experienced a large increase in a number of costs. I think the staff have done a really good job at breaking down what those costs are and the reasons for them. And largely it's a lot to do with the demand for events across the city, because we're now coming out of what's been a lot of restrictions, so production costs are increased. So if I was just to quickly scan through what the impacts of looking at a reduced budget would look like, it would be
What I was trying to suggest is that given, I believe that there is currently a review of our council events already in train, and simply not to do it for this event, but just to include a consideration of costs and sponsorship within that other review that's happening in relation to future events and whenever that report is due back. And just leave this as is.
Through Mr. Mayor, sorry, Councillor Veach, I wasn't responding directly to you, just asked the Mayor if I could make that statement, because I do think that in reviewing Coogee Carols to reduce costs, it would end up looking like a reduced event. It wouldn't be the same event. And so I think that for the purposes of this year, in order to go ahead, it really might be a case of, unless we want to reduce notification to residents and the likes, which I don't think that that's a priority, it may be that this year we go ahead and as Councillor Veach said, as part of the events review, we start looking at the costings of all of our events in determining what we move forward with, because I can only imagine these costs will remain where they are at the moment for some time. Thank you.
Just before we put the particular motion, can I just confirm through to the relevant officer, is there any suggestion that the New Year's Eve fireworks would depart greatly from the budgeted amount in light of the fact that the cost was reviewed as recently as this, within the last 12 months?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, funnily enough, I've just sent a text to Katie on that one. The budget has been set, and that was shared with the councillors earlier on in the year for all of these events. Unfortunately, they were set pretty much 12 months ago, so there have been some substantial changes since then. I can certainly take it on notice to advise what the current budget is for the New Year's Eve fireworks, but I don't have that with me, sorry.
I just have a follow-up minute, whether it's to you or through to the General Manager. In the event that there was a substantial departure from what the budgeted amount was, I would assume that would trigger a report anyway, if there was a significant budget variation from what was outlined in the last budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there would be a report to council if further funds were required. From memory, and I would have to take it on notice, I believe in the last budget the fireworks budget may have been increased somewhat, and as part of the so they were increased to 200,000 as part of the last budget, and as part of that, I believe that the events team had considered including this year the roving performers as we had last year as well. So if council, if the costs came in at higher than the budgeted amount, then that is something that council could review.
In light of that advice, could I just clarify what in fact is being moved?
As well withdraw the whole thing, other than to make a note of concern about the increased costs and leave the report come back to council in relation to the estimated costs for New Year's Eve fireworks.
Okay, thank you. So can I just confirm what we have in front of us as a motion, accepting the recommendation on the business paper with the inclusion of an additional point that a report come back to council in relation to the estimated cost for the New Year's Eve fireworks at Coogee? Okay, thank you. Can I just confirm, just to avoid any confusion, that everyone understands where we're up to and what we're discussing?
I'm sorry, so
I understand that, and that's why I checked with everyone. It is the recommendation on the business paper with the inclusion of the line that a report come back to council in relation to the estimated costs for New Year's Eve fireworks at Coogee. Okay, I have a hand up from Councillor Olive.
I'll fly this. That an amendment that we delete the fireworks from the carols. I think that the carols are, sort of a substantial event in themselves, and the fireworks are just a little bit of an add-on in my experience. I love the carols, I reckon they're great. But, as it's not that far from New Year's Eve and there are other fireworks that council puts on, that's an area I think where we could save costs, although it's not, sort of substantial in the context. It's an amount of $12,600.
Okay, thank you. That is a suggested amendment, or you're going to move the amendment?
I'll move that as an amendment.
You're going to move that as an amendment. Do you have a seconder? Councillor moved, Councillor Olive, seconded, Councillor Said. The mover of the motion, Councillor Nielsen, do you accept it? Sorry, I can't hear you, sorry.
I do accept that.
Okay, and can I confirm that it is the fireworks being deleted from the Coogee Carols event? That is the case?
So just, Councillor Rosenfeld said that's not, he's not moving it.
I understand that. That's
yeah.
Randwick Council operated for many years without.
I'm happy with that.
On the screen, and we managed to get through. Okay, it's now been accepted. Just for the benefit of everyone, it is the recommendation on the business paper that a report come back to council in relation to the cost of the New Year's Eve fireworks at Coogee, and that the fireworks be removed from the Coogee Carols event. That has been accepted by Councillor Nielsen and Veach. Is there any further debate on the motion? Councillor Veach? Councillor Veach, I can't hear you, sorry.
That section there, we've all agreed to remove, so I'm just not sure why it is still there.
And
where it says motion, Nielsen Veach, due to the increase in cost, we've all agreed to remove that.
Councillor Veach, I agree.
I'm not clear what we're voting on.
In fact, I think it might help us if we don't look at the screen and you run off what I'm saying. Okay. The recommendation, I have gone through this multiple times. What is being moved is the recommendation on the business paper with that a report come back to council as to the costs of the New Year's Eve fireworks, and an additional point that the fireworks from the Coogee Carols be deleted. There are 3 points. Okay, thank you. Does everyone understand once again what the motion is. Okay, are there any further speakers? Councillor Hay.
Yes, I'd like to foreshadow. Moving just as per the business paper, nothing else. And if possible, I'd like to speak against the motion as it currently stands.
Okay, thank you. You may.
Okay. I don't quite understand why we're trying to remove the fireworks. We're talking about removing the motion as it currently stands. Would talk about removing the fireworks from both the Coogee Carols and potentially from the New Year's Eve fireworks. Okay, just Coogee Carols, and potentially we are preparing a report to one day maybe take estimated costs. Okay, fine.
Councillor Hay can be heard in silence. Booing and knowing doesn't really assist in progressing the debate. Councillor Hay, please continue.
Okay, we are quite, at this point, we'll forget about the New Year's Eve for the moment. We're talking about taking the Coogee Carols event and taking out the fireworks. If we can read through the report, this is the second largest Carols event in Sydney. It is a magical night. I've been to it a few times. I'm sure everyone else here has. Why would we want to take one of the landmark events, it says here approximately 10,000 to 15,000 people, and we would take the fireworks out? I don't see why. We have an event and a spectacle, and we're trying to take the magic out of it. I'm just foreshadowing moving it as per the business paper.
Thank you.
And so I'm speaking against the motion as it is being put.
I think everyone... Okay, are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Nielsen to close the debate. Councillor Nielsen does not wish to close the debate. All those... Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Okay, there has been a call for a division because it was very unclear. Okay, thank you. All those in favour of the motion, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. We have Councillor Pandolfini, Nielsen, Veach, Olive, Wilson, and Said. And Councillor Chappell. Thank you. Thank you. All those against, Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, McCafferty, Burst, D'Souza, and the Mayor. I declare that lost. Councillor Hay to move the recommendation on the business paper.
Yes, I move it exactly as it's written on the business paper, nothing else.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Luxford. Do you wish to speak to the motion? Don't think you need to. Okay, thank you, Councillor Luxford. No. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, you don't wish to close the debate. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Okay, thank you very much. We now move to CP 53/22, Coogee Rainbow and World Pride, moved by Councillor D'Souza. Councillor D'Souza, can you please outline what it is that you're moving? Thank you. Councillor Burst.
I'll reserve the right.
Thank you. I saw a hand up. Okay, I saw a hand up from Councillor Veach.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Could you please outline your amendment?
I've sent it through to Ms Hartshorn. It's to basically the recommendation on the business paper, other than to, instead of option 4, go with option 1.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Olive. Councillor D'Souza, as the mover... I saw Councillor Olive. Sorry. Councillor D'Souza, as the mover of the motion, Do you accept Councillor Veitch's amendment to change the design from 4 to 1?
Look, I don't have an issue with it because at the end of the day, the message is the same. If anything, it tends to make the message even stronger. And that's what it's all about, inclusiveness and acceptance of all. So if that's how the councillor feels about it, it's fine. I don't have an issue. The main issue is the message we're sending. It's all about acceptance and inclusiveness of all.
Thank you. It's now incorporated into the motion. Councillor Burst is the seconder of the motion. Do you still accept it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a handout from Councillor Chappell as the mover of the motion.
Not as the mover.
Sorry, Councillor Chappell on the motion. I apologise, I've been going for about 5 hours now.
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for hopefully supporting this. I've spoken already with a number of my trans and First Nations friends, and they are like super stoked. And thank you to the staff for bringing such thoughtful and considerate options forward. They were all beautiful. But I do think 1 is the one, and I can't wait to see it.
Beg your pardon? Yes. Councillor... No, look, Councillor D'Souza has asked. Councillor D'Souza?
Yes. Coogee Beach Rainbow Walkway makes a statement, inclusiveness of all. By our actions, the council has shown good faith and goodwill. By creating a rainbow walkway in Coogee, by its actions, this council has shown that we are a community that is very inclusive, and there is no place for prejudice and discrimination in Randwick City. LGBTQIA+ people in this country are still sadly crippled by the manacles of prejudice and the chains of discrimination. The LGBTQIA+ person in Australia still finds his or herself an exile in their own country. This, in a free and democratic country, is unacceptable and disrespectful to a marginalised group in our community that deserves better. That is why I'm supporting this report, to update the Coogee Rainbow to include the Pride Progress flag colours. It would send a strong message that Randwick is a local government area that is inclusive and accepting of all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I will now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. CP 55/22 391 to 397A Anzac Parade, 17 Bunnerong Road,
Kingsford.
Kingsford.
I think you've missed one, CP 54.
That's the one challenged by you, isn't it? Okay, yep, sorry, I apologise. I had that struck out because it initially was. CP 54/22 Draft Coastal Design Guide Submission, challenged by Councillor Nielsen.
I'm moving as per the business paper, but I just wanted to include a small addition, and I've sent that to the officer. Should be on your screens now, and compliments to the staff for this submission. But just to include in the appropriate section the following: a commitment should be made to regular and timely review of the guidelines within 10 years, as the greatest uncertainty in planning for the coast relates to climate change, and a decadal timescale is useful to climate change monitoring and planning. So I just wanted that to be included in the appropriate section.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I require a seconder. Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor D'Souza is the seconder of the motion. Do you wish to speak? No. Are there any further speakers? No? Okay. I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now go to, what is it? CP 5522. This is the planning panel matter. 391 to 397A Anzac Parade and 17 Bunneron Road, Kingsford. Other members of the planning panel?
I just had...
Are there any other members of the planning panel? Okay, and you're participating in the matter? Do they need to absent themselves? Beg your pardon? The suggestion is that if there are members of the planning panel, it is a matter for you, but that is the recommendation of the General Manager. Take that as you will. Thank you. The councillors now having left, do I have a mover of the motion? Moved Councillor Hamilton, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor Hamilton, can you please outline what it is you're moving? Recommendation on the business paper?
Yes, recommendation of business paper.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld.
As per the business paper.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Olive.
I had a question. Because there is a reduction in 5 rooms, does this affect the affordable housing contribution that council will get? That was basically the reason for raising it.
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would need to take that on notice to confirm that. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No? Okay, there being no further questions or speakers. Councillor Hamilton, I assume you don't need to close the debate?
No.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? A record of voting is not required, is it? It's unanimous. Yeah. Declare that carried unanimous. Thank you.
Don't we need a division because it's a planning matter?
It's unanimous, so we're okay. Yeah. But yes, you are right. Thank you. Now, councillors, I believe we have CO38.
CS 44.
Which one? This is the Coogee Clovelly Pocket Park? Yeah, okay. Yep, sorry, I have that one crossed. CS 44/22 Clovelly Road and Carrington Road intersection proposed pocket park. Challenged by Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, I'm moving that council not proceed with the current design proposals for the pocket park at Clovelly Road intersection and Carrington Road, Clovelly, and B, a smaller, far more modest design be developed which more accurately responds to the site originally identified from our Clovelly Road master plan, and C, the slip lane on Clovelly Road be retained in the new design, and D, grant funding from the New South Wales Public Spaces Legacy Program be returned to the relevant authority.
Do you have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Luxford. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen is the mover of the motion.
Now, fellow councillors, the original discussions and ideas for this intersection were never envisaged to be such a grand design. Rather, it was envisaged to be a small oasis of improved greenery, utilising more small plants, bushes and some seating, which would provide a rest on the walk between Clovelly Beach and Centennial Park, and of course for those living nearby. The road and footpath improvements were also supposed to improve the roadway for cyclists. To achieve the current plan, it is necessary to close the slip lane along Clovelly Road. This would be a complete travesty. The intersection of Clovelly Road and Carrington is a nightmare at certain times of the school day, and that is with the slip lane in operation. Without it, the situation will be an absolute nightmare. Even taking the most optimistic view of the outcomes of the current proposal, they are so small. For example, the greenery, you can look at the pictures in the material we've been given, and the sighting you're sitting surrounded by a traffic bottleneck, watching large vehicles trying to negotiate the difficult left turn without the slip lane, and you'll be waving to the cars trapped behind the buses at the bus stop. And imagine the inconvenience to surrounding businesses and residents and local traffic while the construction work goes on. I remind you also that, as the report states on page 145, Council has obtained in principle agreement from Traffic for New South Wales to close the slip lane on Clovelly Road as part of the proposed new pocket park. I wonder, when they really take a deep hard look at what's proposed, will it in fact be granted? And just because Council received funding doesn't mean we should accept it to construct what is not needed and is just an absolute waste of money from the coffers of New South Wales. It's unfortunate that we cannot put it toward another project in Randwick, but better it goes back and goes toward a more worthy project somewhere else. Councillors, I urge you to support the motion not to go ahead with the current plan.
Councillor Luxford is the seconder of the motion. Thank you. Councillor Said.
Just a question to the relevant officer. I'm sorry, I can't find the actual page, but I am sure I read that council officers decided that the grant money would go to this project. I agree with absolutely everything Councillor Nielsen has said, but if we only spend $1 million, I just need to know whether that $2 million can go towards another project in the LGA, or does it have to go to this project?
Thank you. Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do not believe that project will be able to be reallocated. Sorry, the funding for the project will be able to reallocate.
Thank you. Councillor Said, do you have any further questions or comment? Councillor Said. Councillor Said, do you have any further questions or comments? Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
I'd just like to say that I won't be supporting the motion as put forward by Councillor Nielsen and Luxford. I think that the initial plan and the final plan that we have in front of us will suffice. Pocket Park is a great idea. We've got enough roads. I've spoken about this before because we have debated this particular proposal, and I have had some really positive feedback from residents in relation to this. So I'm supporting the motion, the recommendations on the business paper, and I'm not supporting the motion as it's in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I'm not sure the process here, but I mean, I understand half of Kathy's, Senator Nielsen's, Councillor Nielsen's, sorry, it's late, very late. I think that Angela, who spoke tonight, reflected the community sentiment that I have encountered well, that there is the need and the desire for the greenery and the closing off of the slip road, but perhaps not such a extensive design. So that would be my comment on the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Olive.
Sorry.
This is a question.
Councillor Olive, got you
Yeah,
there.
just to the mover of the motion, and maybe, you know, I mean, you have your own impressions, but when I look at that slip lane, I never see any traffic going down there. Have I got the wrong impression?
Through to the mover of the motion.
You're heading up Clovelly Road, heading north or west, whatever you want to call the direction, going from Clovelly Beach to Centennial Park, and you want to turn left. That's the only place that you can turn left by using the slip lane. You can't drive up to Carrington Road and turn left.
I mean, I assume that, you know, sort of there would be a left turn, you know, sort of there if they close the slip lane, but just the amount of traffic, how many people are actually doing that, I suppose I'm asking, but I mean, not that you would necessarily know, but whenever I see it, I don't see any traffic go through there.
Well, if you talk to residents who live on adjoining streets, they're terrified that their street's going to become a rat run. So it's a classic case. So it mightn't be the most heavily trafficked little detour, but it's a fairly highly used one. And without it, it's going to be really difficult to make that turn.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Nielsen. If it is
Actually, Mr Mayor, I found the line 2, council has allocated $3 million of grant funding towards this project. We're successful in grabbing grant funding for New South Wales public space. It's actually the second line, I should have just looked at it straight away, which I understand implies that we can actually put it somewhere else.
What I will do is that I'm going to take that as a question and throw that to the relevant officer. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I apologise that I don't have the right page number, but on the second page of that report, in the discussion, about third or fourth paragraph down, it starts with subsequently council applied and was successful in securing grant funding for New South Wales Open Space Legacy Program to a total of $4.75 million. The last sentence of that paragraph notes that this funding cannot be reallocated elsewhere.
Thank you. That is page 146. Thank you. I will ask Dorothy Dixer if the General Manager. General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify a question or a statement that was mentioned by Councillor Said in relation to allocation of grant funding. The grant funds weren't allocated by staff. There was a report that came to Council in 2020 requesting Council to nominate to accept projects, and they were Waratah Street Plaza and the Clovelly Road Master Plan implementation. So that's where the endorsement came from.
There being no further speakers, Councillor Nielsen to close the debate. Okay, thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Okay, I call a division. Division has been called. All those in favour of the motion as moved by Councillor Nielsen? Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. Okay, all those against? I have Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Chappell, my apologies because you're on the screen, Councillor Olive, Councillor McCafferty. Okay, I declare that lost. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, can you please outline what it is that you're moving?
Yes, I want to move the recommendation as per the business paper.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
No debate, and I'd like to put it.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza. No. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much, councillors. All right, the next item of business we have is CO 38/22, Councillors' Expenses and Facilities Policy, Carers' Expenses, challenged by Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I have a question with regards to carers' expenses, and it's probably in the paper, but my question was regards to how often are we able to claim, or those that are eligible to claim, and when is the reimbursement, when does it take effect?
Thank you. Through to the relevant officer, General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the carers expense has been available for some time. The allowance is suggested to be increased, but that allowance is for payment of carers while you're at meetings and council commitments. You would seek reimbursement through the normal reimbursement channel.
And just a further question, and is the carers allowance, is there a criteria? Is it applied to, is it eligible for all professional carers? Do they have to meet a criteria to say that they are qualified carers, day carers?
Through to the General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no specified criteria other than, like all reimbursements, we would require a record of payment for the services.
Thank you. Through to the Councillor.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Are you moving the recommendation on the business paper?
No.
Okay, I require a mover. Moved Councillor Nielsen, seconded Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Nielsen is the mover. Do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Pandolfini. Okay, thank you. There is a hand up from Councillor Sett. Councillor Sett.
Just a follow-on question from Councillor Hamilton. So do you need an ABN number, or how do you prove that this is just not giving money to your next door neighbour?
Through to the General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice. Our governance manager. Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Julie. No, you don't require an ABN, but it can't be a family member. That's the criteria.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sett, do you have any follow-up questions or any comments?
I just think it's very open to interpretation. If you can just pick your next door neighbour and say that they've, entitled to a couple of $100, and I don't get it. If there's no scrutiny and there's no way forward.
Can I just?
Okay, thank you. All right, there are several hands up. I have seen in order Councillor Veach, then Pandolfini, then Chappell.
I thought we were going 1 for and 1 against. I mean, it wasn't procedural.
Except for the fact that they may or may not be asking questions. I don't know that. And so for me to deprive them of the ability would prevent them from asking that question. Councillor Veach.
I'm going to speak in support of the motion, and just to address the comments made. When I was first on council, my kids, or particularly my younger son, was still not old enough to be left at home alone. I can't believe that time has passed in such rapid succession, but and we indeed did get our neighbour to babysit because that's who they knew. It was Daniel Romeo. Okay? So often your neighbours are the people your kids know and trust, and they live next door. Okay? So they might be teenagers, or whoever. But I don't think in that instance it needs an ABN or that type of thing should be questioned, because as a parent, You are the best place to know who is suitable to care for your child. Okay, and that decision should be left to the parent. And even if it is a teenager, you simply request them to provide you with an invoice. And that is that. And I never had any issues with that. And I think if that was to change, that would be very concerning.
Thank you. I've actually only had Councillor Veach, from my understanding, who's made a contribution to the debate. So, Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Pandolfini.
Yeah, I'd also just like to commend this report. Again, you saw my children tonight. They're they are too young to be left home alone. I'm not sure what I would do if I wasn't able to get our local babysitter who's been babysitting my kids for 4 years, and if I asked her to apply for an ABN and therefore start to submit tax returns. So yeah, I would hope that everybody supports this so that people can in fact get carers and babysitters to care for their children. This policy allows for about 4 hours per week. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did have a question.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
Do we require substantiation of other things? For instance, I know when I submit my travel claims, I just tell you where I went. I don't actually provide you with a picture of me in my car.
Thank you very much. Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the substantiation is the kilometres in that case. The same is with childcare. In regards to meal expenses, it would be a tax invoice. In regards to reasonableness, council officers and particularly there is an approval process that we go through in relation to all councillor expenses. And so at any given point in time, there might be an expense that comes through that is reasonable or unreasonable, and that would be a matter for council staff to consider. But that would be the same for all expenses, whether it's dining or childcare or travel and the likes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've only had 2 speakers for. We've had several questions. Councillor D'Souza, were you speaking against?
No, Mr Mayor, no, if you don't wish me to speak, but I can't, this is a very compassionate issue, and I think it's important that it gets a little bit of traction and a bit of credibility, so may I speak on the matter, please? I understand if you don't want me to. I've made my point that if we want to get the best people on this council, we need to give them opportunities, and we've seen someone like the Deputy Mayor Chappell and Pandolfini and others. They've got family, they've got children. If the General Manager is a very good example. She crushed, broke the glass ceiling to become our General Manager, and other opportunities. They've had family, they've needed carers. So we want to get the best. We need to give them opportunities, and if it means paying them to get carers and free them to do what they're doing here, it's a great opportunity. Let us not show, let's show compassion and understanding, and to get the best, you have to pay. And I think this is basically what this is all about. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. There being no further speakers, Councillor Nielsen, I assume you don't wish to close the debate. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, being 12:16, we've now, from my understanding, gone through all items in seriatim, and we move to motions pursuant to notice. What I would like to do is request a procedural motion in order to deal with the motions pursuant to notice as we do with other items on the agenda, where we read through in seriatim, and if they are not challenged, we'll then move them in globo together. That will require a seconder. There are some councillors in here who have not submitted any notices of motion for this meeting, and all I would say is if you are one of those, out of charity, that willingness to second motions which may not normally do that. But anyway, so what I will do is I will call through each one by one, and please can you challenge them if you wish to. NM 74 slash, sorry, actually, I need a procedural motion to do it. Can I have a procedural motion to go by that way? Moved, Councillor Said, seconded by Councillor Burst. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay. NM 74 slash 22 from Councillor D'Souza, passing of Queen Elizabeth. Okay, unchallenged. No, I will get somebody to second all of the unchallenged items. NM 75, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, problem boat trailer and truck parking. Unchallenged. NM 76/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, repair and maintenance delays for transport for New South Wales owned and managed roads. Unchallenged. NM 77/22, notice of motion from Councillor Burst, investigate adding a left lane at Endeavour Avenue turning into Anzac Parade intersection. Thank you. NM 78/22, notice of motion from Councillor Burst, investigating PUDO locations across Randwick Council. Unchallenged. NM 79/22, challenged by Councillor Hay. Excuse me, I'm just going to highlight that. We've dealt with NM 80, NM 81/22, notice of motion from Councillor Olive, installing a location appropriate sign between the Randwick Environment Park and Munda Street Reserve. Unchallenged. NM 82/22, notice of motion from Councillor Olive, public whale watching binoculars, challenged by Councillor Rosenfeld. NM 83/22, notice of motion from Councillor Olive, managing bushland at the Pioneer Park entrance to the Malabar Headland National Park. No challenge. NM 84/22, notice of motion from Councillor Pandolfini, partnership with the Sydney Biennale for the 24th edition in 2024. NM 85/22, Councillor Pandolfini, co-education public high school choices for families in Randwick. Unchallenged. NM 86/22, notice of motion from Councillor Pandolfini, investigating a new Randwick Art Prize. Challenged by Councillor Luxford. Thank you. Sorry, that was Rosenfeld. NM 87/22, notice of motion from Councillor Pandolfini, restricting advertising from coal, oil, gas products from across council-owned sites. Challenged by Councillor Hamilton. NM 88/22, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, Malabar Headland missing link. So, is it challenged? Yes, thank you.
It's writing a letter.
Okay. NM 89/22, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, rating options for Airbnb and short-term letting. Almost got there. I'm assuming that was Councillor Burst? That was you? Yes. Thank you. Okay. Can I please have a seconder for the unchallenged items? Councillor Rosenfeld. Thank you. He's had a very productive night. Can I now call for that? All those in favour of the unchallenged items? All those against? I declare them carried. Thank you. We now move to the first challenged item, NM 79/22, notice of motion from Councillor Hay, measures to counteract antisocial behaviour in Inglis Park.
Hi, Ron. I've written this motion in a particular way, specifically that you're involving Seabus property, because I was under the impression it would take a very long time to get for the handover to happen. I'm told that it may actually happen within the next week. Plus, there's a bit of an issue with the background. I think this could use a rewrite, and I would like to, if possible, move a procedural motion to defer this to the next council meeting.
That's great.
You can. Is there a second to the procedural motion? For it, second, Councillor Burst. Okay, thank you. Just for everyone who couldn't hear, it is Councillor Hayes' intention to defer consideration of his notice of motion until the October meeting. Thank you. Okay, now put the procedural motion. All those in favour? All those against? Okay, I declare that carried. Thank you. It's now dealt with. The outcome is that it was deferred till the October meeting. NM 82/22, notice of motion from Councillor Olive, public whale watching binoculars. How we will deal with this is I will get Councillor Olive to move the motion. Councillor Olive.
Yes. This motion, the action part of this motion is for Council to investigate the installation of free binoculars in whatever form that they think fit for the viewing of whales as they migrate up and down the coast. 60 years ago, there was a moratorium, or they ceased whaling along the coast, and since then, the numbers of whales, humpback whales, have increased. I can remember when I was younger, when when a whale would come into a harbour or come close to a bay, there would be helicopters, there would be news reports. It would be a huge event and something that was splashed all over the news. Now we don't have that situation. Just in February of this year, humpback whales were taken off the endangered species list, but we have a parade of migrating whales which is ever as magical and as profound as any migrations of elephants moving in Africa or some other place, similar to that. So what we have here is something special, but we have to maintain awareness. We have to maintain awareness of things like climate change, because that's the sort of thing that will affect the feeding grounds of these wonderful, wonderful creatures. And ways of actually increasing education and promoting what we can do to maintain this exact situation, things that we should be undertaking. And one way we can do that is by bringing people closer to the actual movement of the migration of whales as they move up the coast. And binoculars, and also having a plaque indicating the natural habitats and, okay, you're going to call it. Okay.
Please continue. I'm just giving you a gentle nudge.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, all I'm saying is that whenever you see a whale out to sea, people gather. They love it, and it's still very, very popular. They think it's amazing. If there was, say, on one of our coastal points, say, I'm thinking Clovelly car park, somewhere around there is one place, maybe Trenery Park. Okay. It would be a focal point for people to come and visit and have a look, and yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Olive. I'd hate to risk a censure in this particular council. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Basically, I just have an amendment which is on the screen. So in E, I just want to take out free public binoculars. Now, I just want to explain, I too love whale watching. I've just done a bit of whale watching on the south coast of New South Wales and also in Victoria. The plaques, great idea. I've seen some fantastic plaques in other regional councils in 2 states, and we don't really have them. Fantastic. And about the humpbacks and history. I just saw a lot of people bring their own binoculars. myself, I didn't, but a lot of other people brought their own binoculars. I don't think the council should spend money on providing free public binoculars because these whale watchers, they seem to have all their own supplies. Binoculars, not nice cameras that take photos from a good distance and everything. So all I want to do is have an amendment and taking out free public binoculars.
Okay, thank you. I have a question to the mover of the motion. Do you accept the proposed amendment?
Sorry, what was that? I missed that.
Do you accept the proposed amendment?
No.
Okay, thank you. You'll now second the motion. Councillor Burst.
Point of order, does Councillor Rosenfeld also wish to remove the word binoculars from the title of the notice of motion?
It's not a point of order.
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct. Councillor Burst is seconding the amendment. Okay, thank you. Councillor Burst as the seconder of the amendment. Councillor Burst, that's you.
I reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? There being... Yes, Councillor Olive?
I would just like to speak against the amendment.
You may.
I think that there aren't sort of whale watchers and other people. People love watching whales, and sort of often they don't have binoculars there. This is so sort of if something like that's there, then they will go. If you build it, they will come. They will go and they will watch. They will they'll participate, and I think that it would be sort of it will be a promotion of whale watching in this area.
Thank you. Can I please have a procedural motion to extend the meeting by half an hour? Okay, thank you. Moved Councillor Burst, seconded by Councillor Chappell. Okay, if you don't support it, you can oppose the procedural motion. All those in favour? All those against? I'm going to declare that carried. You can call a division if you need, but there has been a call for a division.
Just taking more time.
Okay, thank you. The division has been now called. All those in favour of the procedural motion to extend the meeting by half an hour, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Councillor Pandolfini, Nielsen, Veach, Luxford, Chappell, Olive, Said, Wilson, Burst, and D'Souza, and the Mayor. Okay, thank you. All those against? Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, McCafferty is for. I declare that lost. What an excellent use of time. Okay, we now move to the debate on the amendment. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Okay, there being no further speakers on the amendment, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against?
No.
I declare the amendment lost. Okay, there has been a call for a division. Okay, thank you. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor... Okay, I'll take it. Councillor Hamilton is not for. Yes. All those in favour of the amendment? Okay. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza. All those against? Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veach, Councillor Olive, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, and the Mayor. I declare that lost. We now return to the debate on the motion, seconded, I'm going to say it's Olive Rosenfeld, because it is Thank you. Don't want to go through that. Is there any further debate on the motion? Okay, there being no further debate. Councillor Burst, Councillor Burst? Councillor Burst?
Would it be possible through the relevant officer if we could get a report on the cost of putting these free binoculars in all these areas, as we can't even seem to have
literally what the
safety
thing's calling
rings
for.
kept in place. They go missing. So I'm concerned about the loss and theft. So what's the cost of these?
Thank you. Through to the relevant officer, will there be a report outlining the cost?
Yes.
General Manager.
Mr Mayor, there will be a report back to council in relation to the cost, and I would imagine that they would be fixed binoculars.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
That was
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Oliver, I assume you don't wish to close the debate. Thank you very much. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. NM 86/22, Councillor Pandolfini investigating a new Randwick Art Prize, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Pandolfini, can you please move it? Yep. Councillor Pandolfini? Councillor Veach, well actually Councillor Rosenfeld is the seconder. Councillor Luxford?
Yeah, I just had a question, Mr Mayor, through to the mover of the motion. Is this to replace the Women's Art Prize, or is this a separate thing?
Through to the mover of the motion, Councillor Pandolfini.
Thank you. No, this is to investigate a new prize, completely separate to the International Women's Day Prize. And it is to focus on potentially a theme of art and health, considering the new and quite amazing Prince of Wales Hospital and UNSW campus that we have within the LGA, and to include a youth and adult categories and all gender involvement. As we know, the Women's Prize is doesn't allow for that, and also to investigate the opportunities within a growing Randwick's art collection through an acquisitive category. I just wanted to add as well that I envisage, even though I understand that there would be a lot of work involved, that it would potentially be cost neutral with application fees where relevant. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers or questions? There being no further speakers or questions, I take it that Councillor Pandolfini does not wish to close. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. NM 87/22, notice of motion for Councillor Pandolfini restricting oil and gas advertising products from council-owned sites. Moved Councillor Pandolfini, seconded by Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Pandolfini.
I think that the motion kind of details all my thoughts on this. I did just want to refer to a quote by Councillor Scully from the City of Sydney, because she puts it perfectly. I think that this is a moment we can draw a line in the sand and say not here and no more, because we know that that we do not want, that we want climate action. The community has spoken and they want us to move away from fossil fuel dependent economy, and they do know that this is, that we need to get rid of the whitewashing, get rid of self-promotion that the sector is doing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen is the seconder, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
I think this is a very good position for us to have, and something that we should be very proud of having. And I think when we all saw how fantastic the Eco Living Fair was last week, this follows on with our really strong environmental qualities and beliefs. So I think we should all be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I can't support this motion. I find this motion is too global in its approach. It's really difficult for the council to spend time in drawing up a list of criteria and removing or banning or rejecting applications for promotions of certain products. We'd have to take cars out. tyres out. We'd have to take some, medical advertising. We'd have to take all advertising for barbecues and other things. We'd have to look at all of those different types of
Those are not.
companies.
Sorry, point of order.
Different types of.
Hold on. There has been a point of order. Before I hear the point of order, I will just say that unless you have a point of order, a councillor should be heard in silence. Councillor Chappell, your point of order.
Sorry, I just think that's misrepresenting the motion. That's all.
Look, my view is that it verges rather. Look, I think it does verge rather close to misrepresentation. However, what I will do is gently remind Councillor Hamilton to remain as close to the motion as she thinks she reasonably can. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for not ruling that a point of order, because it wasn't. Because I am talking to the motion, just as everyone else has spoken to the motion. What I'm talking about is the fact that the council staff, it would be very difficult for council staff to be able to determine all the different companies that are advertising and weed out and restrict.
There's a point of order.
It is misrepresenting the motion because I've asked for an investigation. So this is actually just assuming what is going to come back in the report, which is not particularly respectful.
Thank you, Councillor Pandolfini. It is the same point of order which was raised before. I've ruled on that point of order. Councillor Hamilton, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I was saying, this is a very difficult thing for council to do, and it is too global. I think it would be a lot easier for someone, from any party at all, but someone to put forward something that's a little bit more granular, something that's easily targeted by council staff. For example, AAA rating of our insurance companies and not investing in insurance companies or any kind of investment portfolio with certain companies based on their practices and their affiliations with certain organisations. That's a lot easier. Doesn't sound easy. I know I made it convoluted, but it's a lot easier to say this is what we think you should avoid. Such as another good example, I think that was raised and was very valid was the use of certain pesticides. That's a really good example, and it's something that they can target immediately. They can say, right, we know that this particular pesticide has all of these dangers, and we can cease its use for the betterment of the environment and for the public and animals and other things. So it's just a lot easier for them to translate it. This is just it's much too global and it's asking way too much. So that's why I'm not supporting it.
Thank you very much. Are there any further speakers? Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just clarification, we were doing one for, one against? We've done that.
The procedural motion, despite everyone saying 1 for, 1 against, was 2 for, 2 against.
Okay, apologies.
It's all right. It's been raised multiple times. Councillor Said, you had your hand up, then Councillor Veach. Councillor Said.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with this in principle, but actually I'm just reading through the motion and it doesn't say bring back a report. It actually says in recognition the council resolves. And the only issue I have is no issue with B and C, but it's advertising of coal and gas products. And I don't think anyone takes into account that gas products can be barbecue gas bottles. Oil can be oil. I worked in the plastics industry for 30 years, and all perspex, plastic water bottles and everything else, polycarbonate, is made out of oil. So you do need to actually restrict how generalised that can be. I know that's a big exaggeration, but I'm just saying that it will put the staff under very undue stress. If it just meant gas products, as we all know, as in at the moment, it's not banned, so if someone does, AGL wants to advertise, we can take the money. But I'm just saying that you can't generalise that much.
Thank you. Can I just... Councillor Nelson, you didn't speak, did you? No, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking, did you speak? Because I
did not, so I shall very quickly speak.
Well, I was going to hand to Councillor... Okay.
All right, then I won't.
Do you know why I was asking that question? Councillor Veitch. Councillor Veitch. I don't mind. I'm just trying to stick to 2 for, 2 against, because there's been plenty of conversation
Councillors, I
around it.
think this is, as usual, gotten blown all out of proportion. I think the majority of us are pretty clear in what is being put forward by this motion. A barbecue, I'm assuming a barbecue company, their main business is not the extraction of coal or gas. It's the main business.
Councillors will be heard in silence. Thank you. Councillor Veitch, please continue.
Council advertising for coal, oil and gas products or companies. You know, this is absolutely ridiculous to go down this path. It's saying, yeah, sure, we may not accept advertising from a company such as AGL. You know, the methane emissions from gas are like 80 times higher than carbon emissions. Do we want to be advertising that in this day and age? We've had these debates and we've come full circle. Randwick Council was the first council to ask companies to write to Origin Energy asking them to cease fracking. After that, that was a landmark in the last term. Following that, we had SS Rock abandon their contract, and now Origin has pulled out of fracking. They're selling their gas tenements in the Northern Territory. So this stuff is really important, actually. We can send a very strong message. We have already declared a climate emergency in this council. We've endorsed all sorts of motions on climate change. We've had amendments put up tonight acknowledging the significance of climate change. And this is part and parcel of that. So if you accept the reality of climate change, and I believe every single person in this room does, then this kind of motion is the logical next step. Why would you believe and accept the reality of climate change and its terrible impacts? I mean, we have seen the bushfires, the mega fires, we have seen the multiple floods, we have watched what is happening in Europe, North America, Africa. Pakistan, a third of Pakistan is underwater. So, please, councillors, this is not a trivial motion and we should not be treating it as such. It's important and we are sending those companies a very strong message and it has an impact. They take notice. They take notice, and we have seen where even a little entity like Randwick Council can have an effect when you look at Origin. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now had 2 for, 2 against. Councillor Pandolfini to close the debate.
Yeah, I would encourage you to vote for this motion. If you would like to amend it to make it clearer, then I also encourage that. But, you know, to be clear, this is, you know, to get a report back, to understand the work that it will take to implement this. And yeah, as Councillor Veitch has said, this is an important and a strong message that we can send. Thanks. And follow in the footsteps of many countries and councils around Australia already.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? There's been a call for a division. All those in favour, raise your hand. Okay, Councillor Pandolfini, Nielsen, Veitch, Olive, and the Mayor. Sorry, and Councillor Chappell. It's tricky doing it with the screen in front.
Right.
Okay, thank you. All those against, raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Hay, Luxford, Rosenfeld, Cafferty, Wilson, Said, Burst and D'Souza. I declare the motion lost. Thank you, councillors. We now go to was the Malabar Headland Missing Link challenged? It was challenged by Councillor Said. NM 8822, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, Malabar Headland missing link. Councillor Chappell,
Oh,
you have to move
did
your
Councillor
motion.
said want to say?
No, you have to move it,
say-
and then I'll call for a seconder.
Sure, I will move it.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Said. Okay, thank you. Councillor Chappell.
I don't think I need to speak to it particularly. Friends of Malabar Headland are just keen to get an update on this accessibility measure. Our park is wonderful and the walk in it is now accessible up until Magic Point. It'd be really nice if people could actually get onto that with wheelchairs and prams.
Thank you. Councillor Sid.
Mr Mayor, I actually commend the councillor on this. I'm not challenging it to change it. I'm actually challenging it because I'd like to add, if possible, that like the director he'd probably know the trail I'm talking about, is a Cape Banks trail on the other side. On the Malabar side, you know, where the fishing boat ramp is, and sometimes it's closed because of the rifles, where there's a track there that has bricks and debris and from the old, apparently that's ours. And again, I've been asked for people in disabilities or even able-bodied people, if we can build a decent track that at least can take people out to see there's a little flat spot there and maybe they can join and see the headland. So I was just going to ask the council if she can add, I don't want to take away from this at all, but in some way add that we can actually do it on the other side as well, on the Malabar side. I think it's called Cape Banks Trail. If we can just
I think Cape Banks Trail is further. Cape Banks Trail, I think, is the one further round near Little Bay. But I know the one you mean.
You know what I mean? From Malabar Car Park.
Yeah.
And it takes you right round the whole thing, and it ends up at Magic Point.
So.
Well, it must be Cape Banks. Do you know the one I'm talking about, Todd?
What I'll do is refer to the relevant officer.
I'll have a quick look on my here.
Just to confirm, you were referring to the southern exit of the headland walking trail at Malabar near the boat ramp.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Through to the relevant officer.
Can I?
Mr. Clark.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate if I suggested some wording to suit the...
I'm more than happy to allow you to do that, and it'll be a matter for the mover whether or not she accepts it.
Yeah, just in relation to Councillor said question and void of the actual name of that segment of walk, to include the accessible missing link to the Malabar Headland National Park, linking both the South Maroubra car park and the Fisherman's Road car park on both beginnings of the walk.
Can I just seek a point of clarification, Mr. Clark?
You can. Through to Mr. Clark.
So my understanding, the reason I've done this process on the north side is because we have the complication on that side that the land is owned by finance and it's all weird and strange. On the south side, is it correct that that land is just our land, the bit between the car park and the walk?
Through to the relevant officer.
We do own land, or we own care and control of land on the Fisherman's Road side car park, but it does join into land that is in care and control of national parks as well. So there would be some partnership required on the Fisherman's Road side.
Mr. Mayor, it's actually Bora Point Trail. Just found it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chappell, do you accept that inclusion?
I do, with the exception that it probably doesn't make sense to write to the Department of Finance about that particular trail. So it would be the New South Wales Environment Minister alone. Is that correct?
Okay. The Director is suggesting the inclusion of a point B, just to clarify it, Mr. Clark.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In light of your comments, Councillor Chappell, potentially a point B subsequent to the writing on the screen, which would just note that Council consider the accessible missing link to the Malabar Headland National Park linking Fisherman's Road car park.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I can talk to Julie. Hand up from Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach, I believe, is about to ask a question of the Director of City Services. Councillor Veach.
I was just going to suggest, can we just say right to the relevant authority, in relation to that second part?
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? I actually was going to ask a question to the Director, but it can wait. It can be offline, so that's totally fine. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Chappell is the mover of the motion. Okay, thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare it carried. We now have NM 8922, notice of motion from Councillor Chappell, rating options for Airbnb and short-term letting. Councillors, I'd like to remind you that we have 7 minutes. Councillor Chappell, your notice of motion.
Thank you. I think it's all there. I'm not actually proposing we do anything beyond look into this issue. I've been told by council officers that the estimate is that 1,800 properties in our area are currently listed on short-term letting platforms. And I've also just read that rental increases in our area over the last 12 months are from like 7% in Clovelly through to like 10% in Kensington and through to about 35% in Chifley. And I think it's up to us to see what options are on the table for us. I recognise that rate increases are probably not actually permissible within the Local Government Act, but I would just like to have a report looking at what is being done around New South Wales. I know Noosa's doing stuff, I know some other holiday areas are, and I'd love to see us strike the right balance between providing some holiday letting, but also preserving amenity for our residents and preserving income for council.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld is the seconder. I don't believe you wish to speak. Actually, you're not the seconder. I need another second. Oh, it's seconded by Councillor. Who is the seconder from this? You're the seconder. No, if you're going to second it, I'm not going to have you speak against it. Councillor Olive as the seconder. Councillor Olive, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, you have the floor.
I've just got a couple of questions for Councillor Chappell. In Part A, you talk about use for short-term letting, including options for rate variations or appropriate responses. Are you saying that someone that has an Airbnb should pay more council rates, or like what are you actually saying? What's the intent of what the motion is?
Through to Councillor Chappell.
Thanks, Councillor Burst. In a few other areas around Australia, they've drawn a distinction between properties that were approved and built as residential properties, but are being used as short-term letting, which clearly has a different impact on neighbours and has a different impact often on council services. People who are in those properties don't know how to use our recycling, for instance. And they have taken a number of options relating to that. In Brisbane, I know one of the things they've done is they've done some stuff about rates. They're doing some strict limitation caps, which, as you know, we're not allowed to do in New South Wales because that was not approved as part of our gateway. And so basically, this is just an attempt to see whether there is something else that can be done when houses are not used as houses, but are used as essentially businesses. They're private hotels.
Thank you. Councillor Burst, do you have any further comments or questions?
Yeah, Councillor Chappell. I know several people that have Airbnbs and actually live in those houses, but what they do is they go and live with mum and dad for a week whilst they're renting out their Airbnb, because it's the only way they can pay the mortgage. So I think we've got to be careful what we wish for here, that we could be hurting people that are also trying to just struggle. And I think with interest rates the way they're going to go, they're only going to go up. Everybody's going to be struggling, just pay their mortgages. So
I can respond to that, Councillor Burst.
I think we're all in that same boat, you know? It just means...
So most of these properties are entire properties and they are rented out long term. So the intention is to look at those properties specifically, because those are the ones that we haven't been able to control. I absolutely accept. I have used Airbnb. We have Airbnb rooms at various times. It's not a strict opposition. It's just finding the right policy setting.
Look, I'll indulge the back and forth. Councillor Burst, please continue.
Right, this will just be the last thing. I'm just concerned when we try and slug hardworking investors or owners of properties with extra potential taxes or put more red tape in the way that they operate. I think we need to be lean and mean when we're a council and don't over-engineer the red tape we have. So that's all I've got to say on that.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There's a question from
Very
Councillor
quick, generalised question to the relevant officer, and I probably don't know whether you can answer it or not, but a report such as this, would it take hours, months, weeks, or maybe even the GM might know, just very approximate, if you have to go through every single property and work out, then you've got to go through every Airbnb.
You don't have to go through.
You have to go through the advertising of Airbnb or something? I'm only questioning it because I know that the planning department is under stress at the moment, and I'd hate to see other things taking longer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor said that was directed to the relevant officer from my understanding, through to the General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my interpretation of this motion would be that council staff would go and investigate what is happening in other states, territories in regards to rating structures that differentiate between short-term letting, potentially also investment properties, because I know in Brisbane and other states they actually have different rates for investment versus residential. It's essentially just looking at what the options are for an advocacy piece, really, because the rating system is so legislated in New South Wales. I'm correct.
Thank you. There being no further questions, no further speakers, Councillor Chappell with 1 minute left. I hope you don't need to close the debate. Thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Aye. Okay, I declare that carried. Okay, thank you. There is a request for a division. Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favour of the motion, raise your hand. Councillor Pandolfini, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veach, Councillor Olive, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Said, and Councillor Parker.
And me.
And
Sorry.
Councillor Chappell is the mover. Thank you. All those against, raise your hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hay, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor McCafferty, Councillor Burst, Councillor D'Souza. Okay, I declare the matter carried. Thank you. There being no further business that I know of, I declare the meeting closed at 1 a.m.
Jesus.